All right, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Sarnetta TV House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. This is your brother Sarnetta. I am your host, and I'm bringing in another heavy hitter. You brothers and sisters better be ready. When we build this wall, this comedic wall, oh my God, ain't nothing stopping. We bringing in another young brother. He's a scholar. You one leave, 5 more come in. Reggie leave, 5 more come in. You know what I'm saying? Garfield leaves and turn his back on Kemet, 10 more come in. We already got Chris Harris. We bringing in another brother who is awesome, who is powerful. I would say I don't know, between him and Jabari, I would say they probably right here until I see the brother's work and ethic, and if he can handle the ring, getting in, or the battlefield, or whatever, anybody that come at him, if he can deal with that pressure, I think he can, because he's killing. And so without any further ado, I bring to you my brother Shaka in the building. What's up, Shaka? He runs the channel of Ma'at Forever. So if y'all are aware of that, make sure you go and subscribe to Ma'at Forever channel. Go over there and show some love for our brother. Peace and black power to you. Hotep. Shaka, what's happening, man? Unmute yourself.
Hotep Sen-E Sarnetta,
Yeah.
thank you for the invitation. I just want to greet the people as I usually do. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Iti, Ren Isha Kandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Bonjour, Sak Passe, Mbote, all that good stuff.
Damn, don't y'all hear that? Don't that sound beautiful to your ears, man, right there? Just to hear him go in on that. I know he dealing with knowledge, man.
I'm frozen? I'm frozen. Okay. I think you can hear me. I'm going to plug the cable for the internet. It's going to be better. Just bear with me. Just bear with me.
Pourquoi t'as fait ça, papa?
Je passe à mes routes.
Pourquoi t'as cassé ça? Pourquoi t'as cassé le carton de ma monnaie?
Okay, I see now. All right, okay. Hotep Senu Hena Senut Iti Ren Isha Kandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Pedophile Friendly Sarnetta is still inviting rapists as of March 11, 2023. Yes, you heard right. Now, we have 7 people online. It is 1 a.m. in New York as I speak, and it is, no, it's my bad. It is 1 a.m. in LA, Los Angeles, and it is around 4 a.m. in New York as I speak. So I don't expect many people, but I didn't want to wait for later on today. Just want to get this out of the way so I can move on to the other things that I've been dealing with. Now, in the meantime, there's a video uploading from that book right here. So, you know, for those who are interested in the middle lecture, it's going to be an opportunity to practice, all right? Because that's every day for those who don't know, for those who act like they don't know. So, for the record, I've realized that so many people are not aware of what's been going on lately, right? So here, that's Frankie's channel, you can see. What I'm going to do is just refresh so you can see. Because here it says stream 7 hours ago. Go to HOK, you see. So I'm going to refresh, just for the record. And it still says stream 7 hours ago. We're going to listen to what Frankie said. See that? Stream 7 hours ago. Let's listen to what Frankie said. There's a few seconds before he starts speaking.
Peace,
Coffee.
peace, family.
What could it be?
I'm just checking on y'all to see what's up, man. You got SARS Angels over there on the HOK. SARS Angels are on the HOK.
Yeah,
Y'all
SARS
need to go
Angels
on
now.
over there. What's going on, the Mighty Hebrew? You need to go over there because what the brother is teaching.
Did you hear what's going on, Mighty Hebrew? Who's Mighty Hebrew? Let's hear from Garfield Reed first. That female cat.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother.
So he hasn't been forgiven by the Israelites alone, but by Sacheda as well. Now, let's hear from Saneda himself, who Mighty Hebrew is. What did Saneda say?
Let's not forget the Mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the Mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
So that was quite explicit, quite clear, right? Now, even Onk.
How about the Mighty fucking Hebrew? This nigga went to jail for rape, dog.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
And that
don't
nigga
fuck
back
this.
in the community like everything good, Hebrews quiet. What about Nazi Yashabel?
Hold on. Let me get this nigga.
So, Onk, you're a punk. You are a punk, Onk. And the funny thing, they were saying all these things regarding polite. Now, we do have young hero in a place to be. And he's asking what's the news. Well, the news is, brother Young Hero, is that, oh, just listen. I don't even have to say it. That's Sanetta's video streamed 7 hours ago.
Peace, family. I'm just checking on y'all to see what's up, man. You got SARS Angels over there on the HOK. SARS Angels are on the HOK. Y'all need to go on over there. What's going on, the Mighty Hebrew? You need to go over there because with the...
You heard that, brother? He talked about, if I hear correctly, SARS Angels. And he tells the people that they need to go over there. Then he says, what's going on, Mighty Hebrew? You need to go over there. He's inviting Mighty Hebrew. That same guy who he said went to prison for molesting a child, and after his prison term was arrested again for trying to F another young child. Now, many people act like they don't know. They act like, we are talking out of thin air. Wow, yes, my brother. Wow. So as of March 11, 2023, which is today's date, Sacheda Frankie is still inviting convicted rapists to his channel, to his platform. He's not learning. He's not learning. But some people act like we're talking out of thin air. But here, ladies and gentlemen, that's the paperwork. That's the paperwork of the Mighty Hebrew. And many people are not aware that it's not an issue of time difference, of age difference, him being 17 and the girl being 15. That falls under the realm of statutory rape. When you have an adult, somebody that's 18 and over, or maybe 21 and over, because some states people may consider to be maybe considered adults at 21 years old. I heard in some states, people who are under 21 cannot have a drink in the bar, for example. I don't see why they will wait for somebody to turn 18 to charge him as an adult. That's what they claim. I'm like, okay, okay, fine, you can have that. That's a statutory rape. One of the six charges for which he was found guilty. But here you have rape. That's not the same. Guilty. Involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, guilty. Aggravated indecent assault, guilty. Indecent assault, guilty. And finally, corrupting minor, guilty. Some people may say corrupting minor goes along with statutory rape. Okay, okay. Somebody came in defense of Mighty Hebrew, and oh, young Hebrew is here. What's up, brother?
That's right. I'm here, boy. What's up?
I'm
I
chilling,
can't.
brother.
You know what? You know what's so funny, bro? You know why he was doing that, right? Because these people is all about money and views and promoting their channel. You see what he's doing? He's doing what he's doing. Unc and Reggie. He got the girls on his platform promoting whatever he trying to promote. But guess what? Nobody wasn't over there. So he had to come and say he trying to promote it. But you know what's so messed up? This guy is talking about mighty Hebrew. You know what the conversation was these women was having?
No.
Who should be leading the community?
Yes, I saw the. I didn't watch
So
it,
you
but I
see how
saw. Yeah.
so he talking about mighty Hebrew, bro. So so really so mighty Hebrew should be a leader in our community. This is what
But
he's saying. It's like
you,
this
you,
is crazy.
you know, brother, I'm glad you said that nobody's over there, because we're gonna listen together so people can hear what Sar said. Hold on, let me
The
play it.
brother is teaching, is phenomenal, great teaching. We ain't hear teachers like this in a minute. Y'all should take y'all butt on over to the HOK to Sars Angels, and they are going in right now.
But just for the record, now, was he talking about phenomenal teaching from Mighty Hebrew? Hold on.
No,
I'm just
no,
checking on y'all to see.
they had some guy over there. I have no
Okay,
idea who he is. He looked like another biblical guy, but I
okay,
didn't really listen to it, you know.
okay, all right, okay. So let's
Y'all
continue.
should take y'all butt on over to the HOK to Sars Angels, and they are going in right now. I don't know what's wrong with y'all, man. That's where the family supposed to be at.
I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
Yo, Mighty Hebrew, go on over there and see. You're going to love it. I
Again,
guarantee
Mighty
you. I
Hebrew.
kid you not. The brother is going in, talking about freedom, the voice of freedom. Let's go. Get your asses over there, man. What y'all doing? I
What y'all
go
doing?
over there. I'm like, yo, what the hell? Only 80-something people?
Only
Like,
80
what are
something
y'all
people.
doing, man?
What are y'all
What
doing?
the hell is our people doing today? Friday night. I understand you just got paid. You
You
know?
see, he worry about people pockets. That's all it's
Where's the link?
about, bro. This is
Can
all
any of my
about money.
moderators, if we got them, put the link to the HOK inside
He's
of
asking
the
the
chat, please?
only fan moderator.
Can you please throw the link
Please shake the
inside of the
moderators to put
chat?
the link to get the people over there.
HOK.
Anyway, that's enough. Now, I want people, and I'm glad you're here, young Heru.
I'm happy to be here, dog. I got your back.
Yeah, yeah, thank you, brother. Now, yesterday, somebody sent me a message
Uh-huh.
to let me know that on SaaS platform, there's a person who was, basically telling SaaS you can't have polite on. That's a bad look. So I
Yeah,
went there and I left a message in the chat, and I said that's what we've been saying. But then I
yeah,
wrote, and I'm paraphrasing, but did he answer about 15-year-old Nikki? Then I bounced, and I said I'm out. So I don't know
yeah,
if some moderator deleted the message. I don't know if Sa read the message and cussed me out, but I don't want people to
yeah.
think that I wasn't. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, brother.
They trying to ignore you now because, like I told you, everybody coming at their neck. So they have different platforms that anytime they come up, they're gonna, they're going to disapprove of these kind of people because everybody know the kind of people they allowed on their platform. So, like I said, it's just showing you like this guy, he's more worried about views because if it's 5 people, if it's 20 people that's listening to whatever they saying, that should be good enough for you, But you want the numbers higher because you are worried about your platform and channel. It don't have nothing to do with freedom of speech. Because look at you, you mad at Chingy and Shaka because of freedom of speech.
Yeah,
Because you see what I'm coming from. So these guys is just all over the place, man.
yeah. And you know the funny thing, like the last time we live streamed, brothers told me that Tazariak said, and actually somebody left a comment. Hold on. I want to see the comment that somebody left. You know, but I was told that Tazariak told Frankie Sanetta that if he still has polite on his channel, he's not gonna go there. And I was told that Sanetta decided to no longer have um
Ooh, polite.
polite on.
Please, he didn't have him on his show anyway. Polite just called in because he was so mad about us exposing him. He had Polite and the people in the chat, they was getting at him. So he let Polite came in on purposely, you see? But right now he's just waiting for the case to pass by because he really want Polite to be found innocent, so he could go back to making money with Polite.
Hmm.
So yeah, so if he's guilty, he ain't going to have no choice but to leave him. You see what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
really and truly, he don't care about the victim if it's true or not. He just want Polite to be found innocent so they could get back to making their money. And it just showing you like how these guys are clowns because you are the this is your platform, right? You running the show. How can Tozaria come and tell you what to do? You know why? Because you need him to come on your platform to keep the biblical narrative running because it's so much grown men and women till this day. They stuck on stupid, bro. They still stuck on this biblical argument. So that's how the church get money because people stuck on stupid. So
Yeah.
how can you have Tazariak telling you that, but yet he's supporting somebody that's already found guilty for child
And
molestation?
that's what I wanted to touch on. Now,
It's
by any
pathetic.
chance, you didn't hear that conversation, did you?
No,
Between
no, I didn't.
yeah. Because I couldn't find the comment. I couldn't find it.
Oh, yeah, I
Uh,
didn't hear it.
yeah, not all comments will show when you go to your YouTube studio. Um, but the person said that the conversation happened on Cross the Line Radio. You see, and so Cross the Line Radio is Tazariak and Katazar's YouTube
Oh,
channel.
okay.
So they are members of ICPK. So
Yeah, I'd have to
we've
look for it.
yeah, we've played Sanetta telling, cursing people are saying, I invite whoever I want. If Polite want to come in, he want to come in. I know that
Yep.
Polite called once and he said he wanted to debate a guy, I think Sanchez or something like that. But Sanetta wanted to have Polite to debate. It's not just Polite just happened to call in. Sanetta wanted to have Polite, and Sanetta said, "I
Oh,
invite
yeah, yeah.
whoever I want. He's guilty. He's innocent until proven guilty." That's what he said. Then he cursed people out. But
Yeah,
then
he told
Zaya
him. He
tell him,
told
you
him
see,
to call that night. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, indeed, brother. Now, Mighty Hebrew was convicted, yet
Yep.
Sanetta has him on his panel, and like we heard just 7 hours ago, the live stream, we heard Sanetta calling Mighty Hebrew twice
Yeah.
to get on the platform.
Not
So
only on a platform with a bunch of women, when he
yeah,
already have
not
so
just
much
women.
evidence of him taking advantage of women, and
Yeah,
his whole doctrine and logic, that's what they do. So
yeah.
it's obvious, man, who these people are.
Yeah, and I just played a video. We have a lady called Sherry Love. I've just
Uh-huh.
uploaded it when she talks about a story about a mighty Hebrew
Oh yeah,
exposing
I
his
saw
private
that.
part
I
to
saw
a
that.
woman. So that woman is not anonymous or unidentified. If you type in Sherry Love in the search engine of YouTube, you will see her channel. You see.
Yeah,
So
I check it out.
now, how can Tazariak have the nerve to tell Sanetta that he's not going to go on his platform as long as Polite is there? One Polite has not been convicted yet. But we have to Zawiak on tape saying that he supported financially a ISUPK member who was convicted for child molestation. That just doesn't make any sense. And for those who haven't heard it, because many people act like they don't know, I'm going to
Yeah,
play
they
it.
must be retards.
You accuse
recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, rather, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So I have a question. This brother that you support, does he have children?
Yes.
And if so, do you ever say to those children, you have a father that's a child molester?
No, I don't.
Well, why do you do that to others that have a love for Dr. Malachi B. York Ill and of his children of him being a quote-unquote so-called child molester, and you speak ill for supporting him?
So, for the record, we have to Zariak on tape saying that he financially supported. Now, at the time the guy was in jail, he's out now. You know, he was financially supporting an ISUPK member who went to prison because he was found guilty in a court of law for child molestation. That comes out of his own mouth. Now, he believed the guy was not guilty, but he was convicted. That doesn't make any sense. It's illogical for him to demand to ask to not have polite. Yeah, go ahead, young Heru.
Here we go with the beliefs again. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how weak and pathetic you sound saying what you just said? So why don't you go sue the court then? Go sue the judges, go sue the lawyers that falsely accuse him of rape. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pathetic, bro. The law said he was guilty. He did time for his crime. But here you are trying to make excuses which doesn't have no ground. Like, you know what I mean? You just saying stuff just like these biblical characters, man. They be just saying stuff out their mouth and think it's truth and fact because they believe it, you know? Like I told you, Tazariak is the worst of the worst, bro. And the worst of the worst always get along together.
And the guy, birds of a feather flock together.
Yep.
Tazariak is a huge liar. He lied during the weighing, saying that the guy was innocent. The guy himself did not even say he was innocent. It's like Mighty Hebrew who have all these people who talk for him. Mighty Hebrew didn't say he was innocent. He said he was rape C, which is non-forceful rape. And I've shown that already. So here, once again, for those who haven't seen it, you have this video here entitled, "Is this Hebrew Israelite in prison for rape?" Right? I'm going to share the link in the chat so people can see it. Because maybe after a while, he's going to remove his comment. You see? Hold on. There it is. So you do have the link in the chat there. Now, when we go down, and look at the time for those who wonder, that was 1 month ago. And if you, hold on, oh, snap, what happened there? I prefer that they will put show more. They will put, yeah, February 1st, 2023. That was before the weighing. Before the weighing, I and others were talking about those child molesters in the black community. You see, and Punk Sanetta, in cahoots with Tazariak, came up with a plan to make me look like a liar, like I'm slandering. Sanetta protected a pedophile, a child molester, a rapist live on air, and went against me and went against Kemet. He committed treason just like Reggie, and he accused Reggie of committing treason. Now here's the guy who wrote "I'm right here." Lol, what the F? King Ta. Now this is the same guy that on Cross the Line Radio about 2 weeks ago, I saw one of their stream in my feed, and the intro is that guy who was convicted for child molesters just 2 weeks ago. So when I asked him, now Shah Ross asked him if he was the dude in the vid. I asked him, is it true that they teach you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl or as long as she has a period? I asked him, have you been to jail for rape or statutory rape? You see? He didn't reply. Here I said on this video, you can hear Sister claiming that you went to jail for having sex with a minor. You see? D. Centavo wrote, I'll take his silence as a yes. Goodfella Nella wrote, still no response. And he told him, explain yourself. You see? So even that same guy did not even say that he's innocent. But the Zariak's lying to everybody saying that the guy was innocent during the weighing. That's what he said. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah, imagine that.
why Tazaya tells Sanetta, Sanetta is officially a female cat, just like Garfield. Because we heard his energy when he was cursing the people, saying, I invite whoever I want. Whoever I want. You see? He said if he wants to have polite, he's going to have polite on.
Yep.
Because the guy is
So
innocent
then,
until guilty. But the minute Tazaya tell him, okay, I ain't going to be there if you have him, now
well,
he's changing
you
his
know,
mind. Now, hold on, young Yehu. Why Tazariak don't want polite on, even though polite has not been judged yet, you know? But
yep.
yet the ICPK member has been condemned in the court of law, and Mighty Hebrew have been condemned in the court of law. He was found guilty as well. Why he didn't say, well, as long as you have the Mighty Hebrew on, I ain't gonna come in. Why polite specifically? So when it's Hebrew is
Because polite was more with Kemet. You see, they are Israelites. They are Hebrews.
there
So
it is.
they try to cover each other back. Because at the
Yes.
end of the day, regardless of what group they're in, they still follow the same doctrine. All
Mm-hmm.
these guys, 9 out of 10 is pedophiles, bro, because they even tell you in their doctrine is acceptable. It's just like this guy you was playing on the video when he say after they reach their period that they could have sex,
Let me
and
play it,
they
brother.
asked they
Let
asked
me
the guy,
play it.
would go ahead.
Let me play it. That guy is called Konat from FOPE. He claimed that
Yeah,
he's against child molesters, but he's a punk who was kicking with Tazariak during the weigh-in
yeah,
like a monkey.
I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm an Israelite and Tazariak Israelite, and I think his doctrine is off compared to what we teach. It. We both had the same mission, but he's telling the Israelites it's okay to mix race, right? He's telling that they got a doctrine saying that if a child reached a flower, they could be 15 or 9 years old. You can have sex with them. This is
Okay,
what they
now you
teach.
talk about running.
So Konat said live on air on Sinana's platform that ICPK teach that you can have sex with a girl as long as she has her period, that is. She can be 9-year-old, she can be 15-year-old. Have we ever heard any member of ICPK refuting that, saying, oh, that's not true? It's not the case? And the sister, Hannah D. Spivey, if I'm not mistaken, the sister who wrote the book Why I Left the Black Hebrews Israelites, and I'm paraphrasing, the title, but I've shown you the book cover. I mean, I've documented all of that. She said that this is what ICPK teach, but they hide it, and it's understandable that they would not teach that publicly because it's a bad look. You understand what I'm saying?
but
So, go ahead,
when
brother.
when polite acts, look how sick these men are, right? When polite asks the guy, so you mean to tell me if one of your friends saw your daughter and because of the doctrine decide to rape her, you would just let it be? The guy gonna say, yeah, well, because you have to go back to the doctrine. You
Yeah,
know,
he
any
said I
man,
couldn't do anything about it. You have to be
yeah,
a brother. But that's GMS, just GMS for the record.
yeah, but you know, any man that says that, that means they are rapists too. They are pedophiles too because they
They
would
do that
rape
to
him.
other children.
Exactly. That's why they would let it happen to their daughter. You see? So it's just crazy, man. And like I told you,
My goodness. My
Garfield
goodness.
was on his channel trying to sell tickets today too.
Yeah.
So
Hold on,
go
young
ahead,
Harold.
go.
Please hold on. I'm glad the sister is here. Wisdom 7, welcome. Thank you for becoming a supporter. And you know why I want to tell you I'm glad the sister is here. I want to show you. I want to show you. You see, now it's not gonna fly no anymore. Those child molesters, it's not going to fly anymore. Hold on. I want to show you, brothers and sisters. I'm just looking for the comment. Where is it? Hold on. You have to see that comment, brothers and sisters. You have to see that comment. See, she wrote the mighty Hebrew is not righteous in any way, and you will know why she wrote that. You will know why she wrote that. So hold on. Where is it? Which video was it? There. Oh, it's that one. So I'm gonna share the link to that video. It's actually the latest live stream that I've done. I'm gonna share the link. So people cannot say, "Oh, I didn't know." That's not gonna work anymore. And they cannot even say that's old news because that's one of their tactics to say, "Oh, that's old news. We've been knowing about this." Here in the chat, I'm sharing this video. Now, brothers and sisters, look at this live stream here. One day ago, streamed one day ago, March 9, 2023. You see? So the title is Garfield Reed called Mighty Hebrew a racist. I'm sorry, a rapist. Garfield Reed called Mighty Hebrew a rapist. Was it slander? If so, did he apologize? Now, look at the comment. You see, Wisdom 7. She wrote, no, and I hope you can see it. Let me check. Yes, you can see it. The sister Wisdom 7 wrote, no, it's not slander because Garfield already knows the victims of Mighty Hebrew, and I am one. So then I told the sister, I'm sorry, greetings, I'm sorry about what you went through. If you or any other victim that you may know would like to talk, you have a voice on my channel. And I gave her my
Yeah,
email address. And now we have the
wow,
sister right here who
that's
said
crazy.
publicly that she was a victim of Mighty Hebrew. So go ahead, young Heru.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, man, it's crazy, and I hope one day she'll be able, comfortable enough to come and speak about the situation. She don't even have to go into details, but this is what we need to do. We need to hear from the victims because it's always two sides to the story. And like I said, a lot of these guys they like to hide behind so-called doctrines and act like they're intelligent and they change their life, but deep down inside, their behavior is still the same.
Hold
So
on, hold on,
how
hold on, hold
much?
on. Yo, Heru, I'm sorry. I apologize, brother. See, Wisdom 7 wrote, I already spoke about this live on platforms. Nobody listens. Well, we're going to listen to you, sister. I would love you to get on the panel. Like the brother Young Heru says, you don't have to go into details because, when people go to trauma, it's very difficult. But feel free to say whatever you want to say, if you don't mind, tell us which platform you spoke on, and if so we can look it up, if maybe you have the links. But here people will listen. We have elders here. I'm in France. I have brothers from Europe. I have brothers from America. I have brothers from Africa. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have the largest channel in the world, but I do have 21,000 subscribers. And besides the subscribers that I have many people looking at this channel. You see, many people looking at this channel, and they are sharing the information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
and
go
I
ahead,
just
brother.
want her to. I want her to know that I don't know. Like the thing about it is, we have different people on the platforms now. So whoever wasn't paying attention or making excuses for this guy, once we not gonna let it happen no more. We're gonna broaden the conversation and we're gonna expose them for what they are, so things could change. So another little girl won't have to go through the same things that she went through.
Exactly, and Sanetta is watching this channel closely because he has filed two copyright claim against me, but YouTube rejected it. Which YouTube said no, it falls under the fair use. And YouTube, they they're far from being fools. They can see that we are condemning the child molesters. They can see that we are condemning the rapists. So YouTube ain't gonna go that route. You know what I'm saying? Weinstein went to jail for what he did. Epstein was charged, and apparently he killed himself. Some people say, well, they killed him, it's a conspiracy, whatever. But Epstein did so many of those things that he was accused of. It's just clear. We have so many victims, so much testimony. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, and
yeah, go ahead, brother.
I just want to say too another thing too that I want the sister to know, we're not putting nobody on a pedestal. We don't care who the guy is, what doctrine he follow, how popular he is, because that's what a lot of them do. They like to cover for their brothers in their doctrine. They like to, like, all like Farrakhan, even if there might be rumors or accusations about him, the people that with him, they're not gonna bring it to the light, you see, because they hold these guys to a higher standard. So I just wanted to it don't matter who they are, as long as they did wrong, we're gonna put them on the front line and expose them for who they are, because we don't want these kind of men in our community acting like they're leaders when they don't even treat their women right.
Got my daughter right here. I'll be damned if anybody trying to do anything to her because it's their doctrine, because they
Yeah.
have it in the Bible. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 36. That it says that as long as if she has passed the flowers of her age, then it's cool. That's the interpretation for them, uh, being allowed to have sex with a girl as long as she has her period. And like Kunat said, she can be 9 year old or 15 years old. And we have GMS, and I've played it plenty of time. GMS in the street, grown men. Some of them look like they could be grandfathers with
Yep.
gray hair,
Yep.
saying that they're gonna get them young, 12-year old, even 9-year old. One of the GMS guy who's younger than most, he was so uncomfortable. I know he was so uncomfortable when they said even 9-year old. He said, "But we ain't gonna deal with no 9-year old girl." You know what I'm saying? Now hold on.
Yeah.
Wisdom 7 wrote. Shh, she wrote, I spoke on Garfield about ISUPK and Mighty Hebrew. I have buried this and have moved forward in my life. I've seen so much evil stuff with the Israelite community that I no longer associate myself with any of them. Well, you're not the only one, because you see the sister Cherry Love, when she talked
I'm ha-
about, yes, yeah, actually the sister Cherry Love, some people may not know what I'm talking about, but let me just share it now. Let me share it. This is the latest video that I have uploaded. Now, here, and I'm going to share the link as I usually do so people can have it, because that's it's not gonna fly. That stuff is not going to go to fly anymore. And like young Harold said, we don't care who it is, because some people do put Sachetta on a pedestal. We don't. People, no, nobody's higher than anybody else. We're all human beings. You understand what I'm
Yep.
saying? So nobody's beyond reproach. So here's the link: Black Hebrew Israelite courtship. Right now, here, this sister Cherry Love several times explained, and I've shared the link to um the
I don't
full
know what
video.
about that.
She said that several sisters are no longer dealing with the Bible because of what they went through with the Hebrew Israelites. So
Yep.
this video is 2 minutes and 44 seconds long, and you can see it was uploaded 18 hours ago. You see, but that only gets 112 views. You know what I'm saying? But the people who teach that Martin Luther King ain't shit, that Martin Luther King deserved to die because the Bible says so, and that Martin Luther King was a bitch, and that's Captain Tazariak from the ISUPK. Those guys get thousands of views because some people are
Yeah,
becoming
because
insane. They have the nerve to disrespect Martin Luther King, calling him a
and
bitch. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
yeah, yeah, because they bringing them on major platforms. You know, like the another thing too. A lot of people start watching Sonetta because of Kemet, because he was acting like he for Africa. You know, but
Hmm.
then when he start realizing he could make some money off it, he's just bringing all the wrong kind of people to say all the wrong things, and they
Yeah,
getting the view. Yeah, it's just like I
yeah.
was talking about Charleston White and Hassan Campbell and this one and all of them. They just negativity, so they get a lot of views. You know,
Yeah,
but
yeah, it's true, young hero, because it's a reality. And I've been telling people, people who deal with Kemet, we are a minority worldwide. You know, worldwide, we have a billion Christian slash Catholic, a billion Muslims. Of course, if you deal with Kemet strictly, you're going to have less numbers. But people who have integrity, they're not worried about the numbers. You know, they're worried about what's right. They're worried about truth. And you see, Wisdom 7 wrote, yes, I know Cherry Love. And she added, she is right. You see? So I'm glad you know the sister Cherry Love. But for everybody, for the benefit of informing everybody, listen to how they treat women in the ICUPK.
But
Yep.
Sister Cherry, go into what Shariah had to say, bro.
So
Do it,
briefly,
sister.
Killer B, and to the other gentlemen and everybody that's listening. I received Sister Shariah back in 2019, early 2019, around January. She was part of ISUPK, and she was quote unquote supposedly married to a member that was in ISUPK. But the reason why I say supposedly, because it's not a legal marriage. So this was done over the internet, Facebook. And so, long story short, she was from Canada.
Hold on. Now it gets even more interesting. It gets even more interesting because look at what the Sister Wisdom wrote. First, she wrote, these men use the Bible as a business and to seduce women. That's it. Now, I even heard people go and check that live stream. Because once again, look at this here. You have the link to the full video, and I'm going to share it. Don't you hear about
and
how they go online looking for
yep,
women? You know what I'm
yep.
saying? Those
That's
guys
what
are,
I just said.
actively recruiting people. You see?
Yeah, that's what
But
I said.
yeah, brother,
Go ahead.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead, go
No,
ahead.
I said that's what I said. That's just what I said yesterday. You know, these people are using these doctrines to brainwash people, especially young girls, and to make it as a business. And it's the same thing like churches. It's all about money and profit, bro. How can you have a church making millions of dollars every year, but yet all the people that go to the church is poor, is middle class or under, and they are the same people that giving the church money? Does that make any sense? The church is the preacher is one of the biggest pimps ever in history, you know, and that's what these people do with these doctrines. They use it to multiply, to get over people, and to convert people. So the more people they have, is the more business, is the more places they could vendor off to and bring more money in. But at the end of the day, these people don't care about people, because there is no way you using a doctrine from thousands of years ago to apply it to everyday situations today. There's no way.
Thank you, brother. Now listen to what the sister wrote. She wrote, she's talking about me. Cherry Love is talking about the sister Wisdom 7. She wrote, my name was Shariah Yasharala. Now, when the brother Killer B, the witch finder, he spelled it like Sharia, which may be the same word but spelled differently, because we know that Hebrew and Arabic are sister languages. You know what I'm saying? Um, but that's a sister from Canada. You see the flag? You see? And then she wrote, the mighty Hebrew named me Shariah. And she added,
Wow.
Sherry was there for comfort after I left this cult. Because it's a
Wow. You
difference with
see,
all those people. Yeah, there's a difference with all those people say, "Oh, I'm with you, I got you," and stuff like that. They type messages. Not many people will spend their time and energy to really support someone. So shout
but
out to Sister Cherub. But go ahead, young Hebrew.
yeah, you just right. You just I like you just saying how crazy these people and these doctrines are, that they even get the power over these women to change their name. You see where I'm coming from? So, like, we really need to speak to our younger females and the ones that are older too, because we really need stronger females. We can't have them falling for these doctrines and these biblical nonsense, because a woman with with the right knowledge and the right kind of men behind her, they're not gonna fall for that nonsense. And I'm just happy that she made it out safely, and she moved on with her life. But just
Yeah.
imagine the amount of females it happens to.
Yeah, and you see, brothers and sisters, listen to what she went through. The guy tried to drown her. She wrote, Sherry nursed me right back to health, and I will always appreciate her for that. I love you, Sherry. She obviously meant to write, I love you, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry Love. Thank you. And Sherry Love, what I'm saying? Somebody know her. Wisdom 7, please tell her that she's welcome here. You know what I'm saying? At this point, I don't mind what people, I can tell she's a Christian. She's dealing with the Bible. I personally don't. But whoever's against child molesters is cool. You know what I'm saying? I have family members who are Abrahamic. I'm not Abrahamic. But when it comes to child molestation, rape, I'm against that. And I want to communicate with people who are against that, because we are warning women against those guys, you know? So let's hear the rest. The guy tried to drown her. The sister informed ICPK, informed to Zariak. To Zariak didn't do anything, didn't say anything, you know. Then Mighty Hebrew helped her to get to Canada, and then what did he do? He exposed himself. He basically pulled out his, you know what, in front of her. But let's listen up. Let's listen.
And the gentleman was from New York, and she went to, hook up with him. And, I guess they established a relationship. But anyhow, long story short, what ended up happening was that he tried to drown her in the bathtub while her children were there. And he beat her. Oh God.
Now you hear the
Wow.
sister Cherry Love. I paused the
Yeah,
video. She's
that's
emotional.
crazy.
But this monkey moderator, only
But
found Mika Monkey and all the other monkey moderators on Sinet's platform, they have the nerve to say it's old news. Oh, you late, Chaka. We've been knowing about this. Ha 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 ha. He's late. You
you
piece of
know what?
shit
You
bastards.
know what?
I'm
You
sorry
know
for the
what's
profanity. I apologize. Go ahead, young Heru.
Yeah, you know what's so crazy, Shaka? They try to lie too and act like he just whipped up his private part. You know what I mean? But here the woman saying that he tried to drown her, bro. Like, that's crazy, and her children was right
No, that's a
there.
different one. The one who tried to drown her. That's the
Uh huh.
ICPK guy. Because I don't know which camp
Oh,
Mighty Hebrew is from. If I'm not mistaken, um,
so they all
it,
do the same thing though. They,
man, they all treat women like they got nothing, man. Like they
yeah,
are nothing,
exactly.
you know. But let's listen to the rest.
He beat her. And he tried to drown her in the tub. And so the police were called um, to aid her and to get her back to Canada. Now, to Zariak was notified about this situation. She called him, and he literally ignored what happened to the sister. Also, um, Mighty Hebrew, aka Charlandine, who was I guess, supposedly her god brother, but really wasn't. He helped her get back to Canada. That he did. But then he turned around and exposed himself, his privy part, to the sister, trying to add her on as a wife. And she declined. And so when she declined, he ended up turning against her and bringing her before their Hebrew Israelite council and literally tried to humiliate the sister. It's on my channel. All of this is on my channel. So
En janvier, j'ai fait 2100. Après, j'ai fait 3000.
she was part of ISUPK. I guess they established a relationship. Um, oh God. And to get her back to Canada. And so the police were called. He beat her. And he tried to drown her in the tub. And so police were called to aid her and to get her back to Canada. Now, Tazariak was notified about this situation. She called him, and he literally ignored what happened to the sister. Also, Mighty Hebrew, aka Charlandine, who was, I guess, supposedly her god brother, but really wasn't. He helped her get back to Canada. That he did. But then he turned around and exposed himself, his privy part, to the sister, trying to add her on as a wife. And she declined. And so when she declined, he ended up turning against her and bringing her before their Hebrew Israelite council and literally tried to humiliate the sister. It's on my channel. All of this is on my channel. So,
All right, so you heard it. I've shared that video in the chat. Now, V Bennett has joined us, and I want to read
Big
the
man,
comments.
what you doing up already, man?
Now,
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah. What's up?
Please, hold on one moment. The sister has clarified that her children were not there, contrary to what Cherry Love said. It must have been miscommunication. So he did not try
Yeah.
to drown her in front of her children. She clarified that. She wrote that she wrote her children were in Canada, and he wrote he was going to kill me. And I didn't think I would make it back home to ever see my kids again. So she said that the information is false regarding her children being there. And she wrote, yes, he was notified. Now, when she wrote he was going to kill me, she's talking about the ICPK member. You see? And she's talking about Captain Tazariak. Yes, he was notified and he ignored my messages. When I had to weigh in with that Tazariak dude who supports a child molester, convicted child molester, um, at the end he said, that's for you, Mika. The only fan moderator, Mika slash Tamika, who's disrespecting grown men as when they are against the scammer Garfield or against rapists and pedophile. I never read in my life that monkey OnlyFans Mika criticizing the pedophile. As a matter of fact, she came on my channel during the live stream. She put several messages. Then later on, she came and left comments, and I dared her to criticize pedophiles. She wouldn't do it. Then I blocked her. So Tazariak is acting like he's defending women by saying that's for you, Mika. The only fan Mika, out of all the women in the world, he chose the one that's into OnlyFans on her own public Facebook page. But a woman who was almost killed, he ignores the messages. You see the hypocrisy of these people? Why did he say that's for you, Mika? Because Mika is defending those pedophiles. Mika is defending those child molesters. Mika is defending those rapists. I don't know if she's good with I don't know what kind of skills she has, but she managed to be a moderator on most of those platforms that we go to. So I don't know what um way she managed to have that position, but she's in here capping for those guys, those convicted child molesters, those rapists. And she was congratulated by Tazariak, who was also a defender of child molesters. But once again, it's not only um um polite, because once again, Tazariak did not object at Mighty Hebrew, who was convicted for rape. Tazariak spoke against Bambata, and I've shown that. Sanetta said that he called that a press conference. So Tazariak didn't have no problem criticizing Africa Bambata. You see? But when it's Hebrews, he doesn't have anything to say. You know? Now he did apparently. Sanetta said that he did speak out regarding Nasi Yashuvel because he's not from the same camp. The Mighty Hebrew is not from the same camp again. But I guess he was trying to act fair. Now the sister wrote, "The women in the
Okay.
ICPK are not protected. They are brainwashed and they are being used and abused. I witnessed it
Yep.
all for myself." And sister,
That's
if you don't
exactly
mind,
what I've
you
been
have to
saying.
show your face. If you don't mind calling, and then feel free. You do have the link. I'm going to share it again. V Bennett, feel free to speak, brother.
Oh, yeah. What's up, everybody in the chat? And I want to start off by saying, sister, you're very brave for speaking out, and I'm so sorry that that could happen to you and happen to any woman. And I'm sadly to say, I'm not surprised, but I'm surprised by you speaking out because so many are so afraid and not in any condition to speak out. So you're very brave, and you helping the community by speaking out. You're doing a lot, just that alone. So thank you. I hope you're in a safe place because you know how these cats get down. Obviously, they don't seem like the type that won't threaten people. They don't seem like the type that won't try to hurt people that speak out. So I commend you for speaking out. Thank you for that. And what else
Thank
can
you
I
for this.
say, man? I'm
Yeah.
not.
Hold on.
I'm
I
not
just want to say this.
surprised by this. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I just want to read this message. She wrote, "I will speak to my husband tomorrow and see if I should reopen this again." You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
it's up to first of all, it's up to her, and because she is married, we understand she want to consult with her husband and see what her husband think about that. You know what I'm saying? But
I,
her being here already and writing that,
yeah. I was about to
it's
say the
good.
same thing.
But yeah, go ahead, brothers. Feel free, brothers.
Yeah, I was just going to say, even she just being in the chat, it shows that these victims are still here. People like to speak for the predators, like they
Hmm.
wish they should be forgive or they didn't do anything wrong. And this is the problem, and this is why the sisters don't speak up as much. So I just want them to know that there are men that will ride for them till the end. We are not accepting that, and we don't care who it is. We are going against them, and we have their back. And this is what we're doing, trying to expose it so it wouldn't happen to any more little girls. So at the end of the day, I'm just
Hmm.
happy she in the chat to show people that we are not just gossiping. We are trying to help little girls and grown women out here because a lot of them they are brainwashed because they grew up in a family home where religion was always one of the main things. So when they get older, it's easy for these guys with these doctrines to suck them in. So I just want them to know, like, do not believe these doctrines, man, especially the younger girls. Don't let these guys fool you and make you think they're going to take care of you and yada yada yada, and they use God to explain themselves, and a lot of people accept it for that reason. So we gotta be really careful with religion.
Hmm. They're using God, which is a powerful tool, a powerful manipulation tool, and they also using Black revolutionary solidarity as a tool. Falsely. And
Yeah.
they get people in there thinking that they about some saviorism of our community, of our people, that they identify with our people. But at the end of the day, they're exploiting our people, raping our people, destroying
Yep.
our women, destroying our young boys. They
I,
I mean, it can't be understated enough that this place, that doctrine that they're practicing, that organization that they're practicing, is simply there to destroy our people, what's left of our people,
I,
destroy
and
their minds. And oh man, it's so
you know
shameful,
what?
man.
You know what's worse, Bennett, is that you have people like Sanetta and all these
Hmm.
guys with these platforms that accept these rapists. They accept these doctrines and these Farrakhan and Africa Bambada and these so-called people that celebrities. They accept them, so it make the victims hide in shame. And they
Exactly.
already, yeah, they already been through so much trauma. The people, the fathers and the uncles and the grown men that's supposed to be the leaders is the worst of all, because they letting these men get away with it. So
He's giving
now,
them a recruitment tool. He's giving them another recruitment
yeah,
platform to find more
exactly.
victims.
And the thing is,
That's sick.
you know what's so bad about it? You had these females coming out, they be raping little boys too. That's the sick thing about it. So people gotta. That's why you see the world, especially in America, turning upside down. Nobody don't know who they are. People not identifying with what the Creator made them, and all kind of nonsense. So it just all these things you see happening is because of doctrines.
Yep. Yep, exactly. We've been indoctrinated, and we also just been indoctrinated just on the idea of like that somehow, we can approach our problems this way. And it's just like we know they exploit our community in the worst way. They use our oppression against us to oppress us more. They use the religions as a tool to oppress us more. At no time in any place has it ever been about empowering our people, empowering our families. It's been about exploiting our families, and then they go point the finger at somebody else. You know, that is just so wicked. I've found nothing more wicked than what they're doing myself. And it's sad because, me myself, it didn't take me a lot to be able to, through inductive reasoning, realize that there's something more sinister going on here. I was telling that to Shaka some time ago. Like when I first went inside of one of their little temples and started peeping what was going on and listening to what they were talking about, I instantly, could feel that something evil is going on here. And then later, when I thought about it and learned, just started doing a little research about it, the whole picture came in front of me. So I never met somebody that they exploited but I knew I could see, like, wait a second, these guys can have different wives. Wait a second, these guys are getting money from each member and passing the money up. And then I started thinking, I put two and two together, and then I started thinking they be getting women on welfare, trying to get them to have kids to trap them. Because when you have a
Yeah,
child, you can't run away from the child. You stuck with almost the man you had the child with. How do you get out
yeah,
of the situation? Now you got to run. You got to do it all on your own to run. And who's going to accept you? Then they try to separate you from your family by telling you lies that because your family try to get you out, that they're evil. They do all kinds of this wicked stuff, man. This shit
yeah.
just got to end,
And
and it's going to end.
yeah, and you know what's so sick about it is, right? They use religion and biblical narrative in order to capture them. That's why you see so much of them, so much women in these religions, because like, we gotta be careful. That's why I'm happy when certain people have a wider open mind, especially parents, because you got to be careful with these doctrines, because if you teach your child from a young child, that's one that become like the number thing in a lot of people's life, instead of knowing who they are, instead of becoming what the Creator made them to be, They looking for some God. They looking for something outside of themselves. So when they get in these doctrines, just like you see these so-called wives that spoke when Farrakhan brought them out on the stage, you could tell everything was
Hmm.
staged, you know. But these girls been
Hmm.
into that doctrine since they was little girls, since they were teenagers. They was basically, you know the not rumor, but you know what Malcolm X said. Since they were teenagers, so now you bring
Right.
them 20 years, 28 years later. Like really, they don't even have a mind of their own by then because they're so indoctrinated.
Look, that sister that came out there, I forget her name, that spoke on the stage with the NOI, right? That they say is admitted that this is one of the women, right? She literally
Oh yeah.
everything she said. I thought about that some hours later after the podcast, Shaka. I thought about it, and then I heard that statement started to form in my brain, and it just became clear to me. She literally went out on stage and told the world how he actually abused her. But it's cryptic how she say it because she tried to defend it, which shows you her brain is messed up. She go in that book and she said that Elijah Muhammad told her that Allah made him do it, is making him do that. That's force. Ain't nobody making you do nothing. You the one
You see
making
how
yourself do it.
Yeah, you see how
You
sick they
see?
are. They went behind Allah. You know, they like to, like I told you, they like to use that God concept in order to conquer you. You know, so even
Yep.
when he was bringing her in, they already brainwashed her years ago. But when he was bringing her in, when it's time to take advantage of her, he's gonna show her the
Right.
script so that she could
Yep.
accept the nonsense instead of finding somebody her age compatible to her so she could love. He's gonna make her his wife like he has authority. You see, so
Yep.
these people are so ignorant. I don't care. Like I told people, I hope they're listening, especially women, because they use these religions in order to control your mind. No man
And you know
that
what?
bring you no philosophy, no teachings is not no God. Okay, this is
And, and
stories
hey,
that
Ruth.
been written over and over for thousands of years.
And hey, Ruth, you know what she didn't say afterwards? She then goes on to declare that not only did he say that God is making him do it, Allah is making him do it, right? But then she declares it that this is a man who cares about that fights for all black women. That's how you fight for black women. That's how you fighting
And
for black women.
let me play it so people can hear it. Now I'll share the link there. You see. Now this was a farce. They all lied. Faircon lied. Those women lied because I show at least one of them was labeled a prostitute in the Nation of Islam's own newspaper. But magically, 28 years later, she became a wife. But let's listen.
Yeah,
Brothers and sisters, I just want to say that all the years that I worked with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad before he asked me to be his wife, there was never any kind of out of turn words, no sexual harassment. He treated us with the highest form of dignity and respect. When he came to me and asked me to be his wife, he sat down, as our beloved brother Minister Farrakhan said, and opened the Holy Quran to the place where it dealt with the wives. He loved his wife, Sister Clara Muhammad, and his children. But he said Allah was forcing him to do this for future generations.
So we heard it. Allah was forcing Elijah Muhammad to
to
take
do it.
these other ladies as
Yeah,
wives 28 years later. But back then, they had to sue him for, they filed paternity suit. They were asking for child support money. You know what I'm saying? And that's why
yeah,
Dr. Wesley Muhammad called Carl Evans a deceiver and a liar because whenever somebody is accurate with some of the things that they don't want people to know, then they're going to slander you and call you names.
like,
The book is called The Messenger. The Rise and Fall of Elijah Muhammad, written by Carl Evans. It's a very well written and well documented book. And
And
brothers,
you
let me
know,
just say, Sister Wisdom, I'm going to read the comments that you wrote. But in the meantime, have you heard about this guy King Ty, the rapper, who went to prison for molesting his wife or girlfriend's daughter, underage daughter, I presume. And oh, okay. Just in case, Sister Wisdom Seven, I'm going to play this. Because Tazariak was asked if he was accused of molesting his niece, and the author of the book Why I Left the Black Hebrews Were Light, she talked about this. You know what I'm saying? So let me just play it.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am.
All right, so that was just for the record. Now the sister wrote that no, she doesn't think she has. Oh, now she says I remember this. Okay, well, be specific, sister. But once again, you don't have to show your face if you want to call on the platform, because it'd be more convenient if you can just speak directly. But otherwise, feel free to use the comment, sister. Now the sister wrote some messages. She wrote, just like V Bennett was saying, um, the children, the children of these women have been raised in polygamous families. It's not easy for them to leave. Indeed, when you have children in the mix, it's not easy to leave. And as V. Bennett was talking, she wrote exactly. And then she added, one of the sisters I was close to was with the Chicago captain. Merod, tu fais trop de bruit là. Fais attention, Merod. I'm sorry. So one of the sisters I was close to was with a Chicago captain, and he used to talk. I'm sorry, he used to take all her money and leave her and her daughter with nothing. She would call him for grocery money, and he would tell her no. She added, like I said, it's a business, and seducing the woman is a part of the business as well, because they fine these women hundreds of dollars and make them give all their money to them. So the ICPK
It's human trafficking.
females,
It's human trafficking.
well,
It's
some of them
trafficking.
gonna find out the hard way. They're gonna find out the hard way, you know. But they're getting fined. Oh, I'm fining you. You have a fine of $50, $100. You know what I'm saying? They find any way to take the money. It's like casino.
that's yeah.
Casino. The
I mean,
the, the
like
goal is to take your money. So they will entertain you, tell you
not
all the things that they need to say. They will use the Bible. They will use God. But go ahead, young Heru.
yeah, they don't only take the money, they break them down. Like I've been saying, I'm so
Exactly.
happy that the sister here to say that because we've been saying that for weeks now. But
She's
this
a
is
hero.
somebody that, yeah, this is somebody that actually went through it. So I just like one time I told my brother, what I'm saying, I ain't got no voice because I have a lot of opinion and I have a lot of knowledge based on certain things. So a lot of people they could go ask 4 or 5 people a question and they will always get the same answer. But when they come to me, I'm gonna be genuine about it and I'm going to tell them like it is. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna lie. So this is a thing. Like I'm happy that I could speak on Shaka platform. Because people need to hear different perspective and to know that there are real men out there that would never do these kind of things. Like it had this girl
Exactly.
that, yeah, it had this girl that I met, and she probably had like a few different child fathers. But she never had a man, and she barely knew me for over 2 years or so. She never had a man like me treat her so good. I'm like, really? Like, don't you have child fathers? Like, what were they doing with you? Like, these people never buy you a gift, never buy you a birthday, nothing. Like, so it just shows you a lot of these men, they give people like us a bad reputation, man. And I just want these women to know that the real men, we are not like that, you know. We real men, they go make their money. They don't abuse the woman and try to take everything from them. And there's a lot of women that go through that,
And I
you
want
know.
to tell the sisters and even brothers as well, because man, the mother of my son who abducted him and took him to Africa. My son was born in France, you see, and he's 8 years old now. She took him around November. So since November last year, I haven't seen him. I've spoken to him a few times on WhatsApp. The last time he actually called me, and as I answered the video call, the call was ended. I called again, and the call was ended. First, I thought it was a connection. I called again. Then the mother of my child replied, and she said, "Oh, he's gonna call you later." He never called me later. I sent a written message, but she will have to read it to him. I sent a voice message, vocal note. I don't think and I understood he actually got hold of her phone, and then he called me. And once she realized, that's why the call was ended. That's why he cut off. You know what I'm saying? And then when I called again, she cut off the call. Then when I called again, because most likely he was there and it's a bad look, and she said, "Okay, he'll call you later." You understand what I'm saying? But when I was living with her,
Yeah,
man, she was so messy, so messed up. But when I started talking to a childhood friend of mine and another a sister actually who lives in America, and I was, saying, all the things I was going through, it was my first child. You see, I was lucky to have both my parents, and I wanted to give that to my son. So I begged things, even like disrespect and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I took care of a child from a previous relationship as well. Um,
wow.
but as I was telling this brother and this sister the things that were going on in the house, I started realizing how messed up it was. Because when you're into something, sometimes you don't realize how bad it is. So I encourage
Yeah,
sisters, speak to your mother if she's still with you. Speak to your father. If you have any parents alive, speak to your uncle or auntie. Speak to a person that is older than you. You know what I'm saying? Because that will also help you. That will be a step. You know what I'm saying? It's important that you tell the people, the loved ones that you have around you, what you are going through. Sometimes you may feel it doesn't seem right, but if you don't have anybody to talk to, if the only people you have to talk to is the same woman who are going through the same thing as you, then they're gonna act like it's normal. Queen Throne, I'm glad you're here, sister. Queen Throne, look at this. We have Wisdom 7. She is the sister, maybe you know, but she is the sister that Mighty Hebrew took to Canada. He helped her to go to Canada after ICPK member tried to kill her. But then Mighty Hebrew pulled out his stuff, his private part. And then the sister refused his advances, and she was humiliated in their Hebrew court or whatever it is called. So the sister is telling us about what's going on in ICPK, and here she wrote that if the sisters talk back or disobey their husbands, they will be fined, and the woman will have to pay the fine for months.
yeah.
Those guys have
Imagine
found some ways
that's a
to
cult.
get.
That's a
It's
cult.
Yeah,
look,
that is
it's
a cult.
human trafficking, it's
Yeah,
slavery. It's human
I just
That is
trafficking, is slavery, man.
that is a
yeah,
cult.
Shaka.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say I'm sorry, you know what I mean? Because I could
No,
only
it's all good.
imagine,
Go
you
ahead,
know,
brother. It's all good. It's all
somebody
good.
taking your child from you like that, you know what I'm saying? Like certain things I'm not even gonna speak on because the person is not alive anymore, but it's something that you said and it's so true, man. Like I never been like the thing about it is, you know, I try to always give people the benefit of the doubt because I'm a good person, but certain times when you in the situation, like Shaka said, you don't even realize that you act in a certain way, or that person negativity is rubbing off on you so much that you stand to act out of your character, you know. And the thing is, like, you try to help this person, you try to tell them, they even know that what they're doing is wrong. They even tell you how great of a person you are, how good of a father you are, but they're not. So it goes both ways. It could be the man, it could be the woman, you know. They don't want to commit to nothing, to the fact that you want them about the choices you make in life, you know. And What they tell you, let them live their life. You see, and now they're not even here to speak for themselves today. So people really need to listen when their loved one is trying to guide them on the right direction, because it might be too late and you might not be here tomorrow because you made the wrong decision. And if you sometimes they neglect their child and they go and party, they go and drink till they end up dead. I just wanted to say that.
And I'm glad you said that because just like V. Bennett says, we are actually saving lives. We are because not only some women are being mistreated, beaten, their money taken away from them, their daughters, underage daughters, being raped, but some women get killed. And the brother talked about that, and I've
Yep.
shared the link. You know what I'm saying? Some of those women are being killed by those people. We've seen the case. V. Bennett shared it with us. Now, it's not ICPK, but it's some Hebrews or like group in England. The girl was killed by the dude. And we know it's a black Hebrews or like that killed Martin Luther King's mother. And I even heard somebody say that they wanted to kill Martin Luther King's father as well, but I don't have any information of that about that. But I've shared a documentary about the black Hebrews or like guy that killed Martin Luther King's mother. That when I hear to Zayak saying that Martin Luther King ain't shit and the Bible says he deserved death, and later on another day he's saying using the word bitch to describe Martin Luther King, I'm like, man, where's all that hate coming from? You know what I'm saying? They have the energy to beat women, to rape children, to defend ISUPK members when they are convicted in the court of law for child molestation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, where's all this hate coming from? And they're taking the
Bro,
money from the woman. Oh man, go
Doctrine.
ahead,
it's
brother. Go
nothing.
ahead.
But
It's nothing different than what they do with people that they call terrorists. They're using religion to induce some sort of psychotic or some sort of some sort of mental, what is it called? Like it's some sort of they're creating paranoid psychos that react on their own. The people closest to them, they're creating fanatics, man. And the only difference is that they didn't go outside far away from them and just ignite a bomb. The difference is that the ignition, the bomb, is going to come out on their ones closest to them. That's what's even more crazier. I mean, they're literally killing the people closest to them. You know, and they're inducing so many forms of mental illness, psychosis, and people using religion to do it, using the concept of God, good and evil to do it. And then they are actually justifying these acts and covering it up. They're full scale bananas, full scale psychos, and they're pretending, masking in front of people like they're about doing something good with their religion or freeing people, and they're the main goddamn abusers, man. Um, we hate in our community because of our history. We we hate to point out the people that are evil in our communities. We hate to do that because we think of it sometimes as being disloyal, and then they run away with this. But the problem is that these are the exact goddamn people that people like the fucking FBI are supposed to be fucking shutting down. They're literally fucking overhurting people. This is human trafficking, dude. This is
yeah,
this is slavery.
and they even
It's
get away with
slavery.
it more because our community don't stand up and speak out. So the law don't even know what's going on until they really get exposed. Just
They
like what
can't do anything about it if they don't have people testifying against them. They
exactly.
can't do
And
it.
the,
That's the problem.
and the, and the people won't testify because they're the ones that control the doctrine. They're the one that doing it to the people. So they are not
Yep.
going to and if they expose them, you see what happens. They get killed, just like Malcolm X. You see what I'm saying? So they could
They
keep
will
their
threaten you.
false. Yeah, they will kill you just to keep their false doctrine going. So
Yep.
that's another thing, man. It's really serious, and we as a community have to come together and expose it and get rid of it completely. And we have to teach our young people that this whole God concept is to control. If you was being the God they talk about, nobody would be able to control like you like that. So we have to bring back the knowledge of Kemet and our ancient people because the teachings will make you more self-aware of who you are and how you should be responsible for your own actions.
And you know what? These people, like she said, felons and criminals hiding, being under the guise of Hebrew Israelites. Yo, these people are cowards. They're cowards. They pick on weakness. They pick on only people that they know they can manipulate. Look, when I was dealing with some of these cats, the crazy part about it, the most insane part about it is that I was like, could see in my mind, I'm like, yo, there's something fucking crazy about what's going on here. I couldn't put my finger on it at the time, but I knew something was crazy. But I'm not the type of person that fears people just because of my own background. I'm the type of person that's like, yo, y'all crazy motherfuckers, try some shit with me, and I will handle you motherfuckers. Just one person, I will handle a bunch of you myself if you try to get psycho on me. Like straight up. And you know what?
Yeah,
I think
I'm
they
the
knew
same
that.
way,
They
Bennett.
could feel that, right? They could feel that. And you know something? You know something else? The crazy part about it is they paid me to do a damn web. This is where the felon thing coming. They paid me to do a website. And the whole time I was like, okay, they paid me. This is like years ago. I got $700 to do a website. I wasn't even a member, right? But check this shit out. When I found out through doing the website was about selling used goods, right? And at the time, I was like, okay, well, fuck it, I'll do this website. Well, it's business. I'm here to do business. I went to school for communications to help anybody and give in my community and give them a cheaper price for this kind of stuff. And so for me, that's what I was doing. I didn't know all the wickedness, even though I started feeling something wasn't right. Well, check this shit out. The website was about used goods. And I put together later, I was like, you know what? How do I know these dudes ain't selling stolen goods? How do I know that? They ain't using this damn because it was all used shit. And I'm like, where are they getting this used shit from? They could be getting it. I don't know who it was, but I put that together in my mind later. And then I learned much years later, years after I started reading up on these motherfuckers. And then I started realizing, excuse my language, I'm sorry, but I'm emotional right now. I'm sorry. I started realizing after reading up against them, I'm like, no, these groups already have a history with the goddamn FBI for all types of criminal activity. You won't believe the type of criminal activity that's going on. Fraud in the $1 million scale, airline tickets, frauds. They're getting people, women, to participate in fraud that you would not believe. And it's not only this type of fraud. It's not only fraud like that. You don't know what else is going on because when you're able to indoctrinate people this way, you're able to get people to do anything and keep the goddamn secrets. And they will
Yep.
threaten you too. So I'm
Yeah, and
like this.
I
Try to threaten me. Try to threaten me. Try to threaten me and see what's up. Try to threaten me. And I've always been like that because of where I'm from, my hood. You think you're going to threaten me? See, they try to take advantage of weak people. They don't ever come across the people that they know will stand up. Those are the people they move away from. The people
yep,
that they can feel will
exactly.
stand up. Those are the people they treat the best. The people they feel that is weak, they're going to exploit them
Yeah,
to the end. And you see,
yeah.
they're willing to
They
exploit women is bad. You see that? That man, they're
because
cowards.
yeah, and like you said, bro, like is they trick them, they make them think that, especially when a lot of women are traumatized or deal with the wrong kind of men, they run into these guys and think that, hey, this guy might be different because of the doctrine. But the whole doctrine is a trick, is a trick till they get you where they want you, till they make you bear
Yo,
their seed that you can lead, till
these
they
guys,
brainwash you.
they're worse. They are worse than the average just drug dealer. These guys are 100 times worse. The
And
average
and
drug dealer just trying to get some paper. They they they
yeah,
they make the average drug dealer look honest, look like a good
yeah,
person.
because the
Indeed.
drug dealer, he gonna tell you like it is, just like me. I'm gonna tell you like it is. I ain't sugarcoating nothing. But you know what? Another thing is too, Bennett. I just want people to know, like, don't think we just here slander. We ain't slandering nobody. We just here bringing the information on Hebrews. It's not just Hebrews, bruh. It's Muslims. it's Christians, it's everybody that's involved in this
It's psycho
doctrine. One,
cults.
yeah, it's one way or another. It have those that will use it to take advantage of you, and the majority of the world get taken advantage of because of the Christian, I mean, because of this biblical religion concepts that control the whole world. They even have soldiers and armies fighting because of these doctrines. These, like, how, you know how ignorant a man have to be to let another man tell him leave his wife and his children to go kill people in another country? You know how weak and a
Exactly.
coward you have to be? The only time you're supposed to go to war is when someone is invading your land. So you protect your
Exactly.
family, you protect your resources. You don't go on a plane to go kill people. And they use that because it's easy to control people that believe in biblical bull.
Look, these
and
guys, these guys, they doing. If you ever read stories about ISIS, how ISIS treat their own women, these guys are doing the same exact thing. It's
no,
that
I'm
that
glad
they
you
treat
said
their
that.
women like crap.
I'm glad you said that, brother Vibele, because in Syria, now ISIS, it's also known as Daesh. Not to be confused with the ancient Egyptian goddess. And it's an acronym, for those who don't know. So, like Islamic State and so on. But it is known as Daesh, in Arabic. And but anyway, they took control of most of Syria, at one point. Now there's a lot of women who went there because they felt like it's jihad, you know. And now there's an issue about should they come back. Now they may want to get the children back because they are French, but you cannot really have the children away from the mother. So some of them ultimately made their way back, but they are in jail. You know what I'm saying? Because they went and
Yeah,
participated with terrorists. Now some women have testified that when they went there thinking that they will help in that holy war of jihad, they were actually sex slaves, man. They were sexual slaves,
exactly,
man. So they got to
exactly.
find out the hard way,
Yeah,
man. They thought they were dealing with,
yeah.
pious men who, who are
That's just an
religious, man. They,
That's
they
just
got,
to show you, yeah, that's just to show you how doctrine control people in so many ways, till they end up in situations they can't even get out of. And
Exactly.
it's just crazy. It's crazy,
and
man.
some of them
And
to
you
this
know what?
day, hold on, I want to say some of them to this day
Yeah.
are begging France to take them back. They are trapped
Exactly.
over
No,
there.
no,
You know what I'm
Shaka.
saying?
It's not
Go
only
ahead, brother.
France. Every
God,
EU country has a problem with that. Every EU country, these women are begging, Denmark even, they begging them to take them back. And there's a problem in the law because on one hand, if this was a man, they would never take his ass back. They would be like, die, motherfucker. We don't want you back. We don't want terrorists back. But then they have the element of the children. So because of the
That's
children
true.
right laws, they end up having to take them back, and then they put the women in jail. But here's the thing: it's even some women that might even go back. They're so indoctrinated they might even go back. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah. Who
it's
knows? I
crazy.
mean, it is crazy the level, the extent that some people will go through. And indeed, you're correct to specify. It's not only France. I was talking about what I hear the most, but in many different countries in Europe, and most like in other parts of the world, a lot of women went over there. You know what I'm saying? With their children, man. Now,
With their
you
children.
see, yeah, Wisdom 7 wrote felons and criminals hiding behind Hebrew names. And here, this is, the cold summary of Mighty Hebrew. And you can see that one of the six charges that he was found guilty of is rape. And here, look at the aliases: one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Seven aliases. So now what I propose so that everybody, can get, something cool to drink, what I'm saying, if they need to use a bathroom. I want to play something that's less than 5 minutes, and it is regarding Sanera and the 15-year-old Nikki, who, according to Minister Enki, who was a very regular participant on Sanera's channel, they know each other very well. They go way back. They probably go at least a good decade online. It might even be more outside of the online stuff. And he said that Sanetta was 33 years old, having sex with his 15-year-old girlfriend called Nikki Chanel from Harlem. Minister Enki said that Sanetta cannot deny his relationship with Nikki as much as Brother Polite cannot deny his relationship with Amunet. Amunet is his first wife. You know what I'm saying? So far, it's been probably a week or two. I haven't heard Sanetta said, no, I didn't have a relationship with Nikki. He's been saying, show the proof, show the evidence. I cannot show footage of the two of them having sex. You know what I'm saying? But he can, just like Polite can say, I'm innocent, I'm not guilty. Sanetta can say, I didn't have a relationship with Nikki. But maybe the
And
reason why he's not saying that is because people in Harlem have seen them together. Maybe there are
yeah,
pictures or even
you know,
videos of them together. But go ahead, young way, go ahead.
yeah, I was saying I gotta look for the clip because he, you know, when Inky was putting pressure on him, he went back to the neighborhood and was asking two guys that he grew up with about Nikki.
Dang.
So this Nikki is real, you know. So he was
It
trying.
was on YouTube.
Yeah, it's one of the
Oh,
old clips, man. I gotta go look
oh
around and
man.
yeah, he
Well,
was acting two goods from the
I
same
want my receipts
project,
by Monday.
and he was trying to he was trying to say, yeah, man, they trying to see that me and what, you know. But he was like, it's two people he know that most likely gonna lie for him anyway.
You know, 50
So
Cent
he,
said,
so
I
so
want my money by
yeah, so
Monday.
this
I'm saying I want my receipts by Monday. Brothers and sisters, help me. Help us. I want that video, please. But in the meantime, I'm going to play this 4 minute 55 seconds video of Minister Enki, once again, who was very close to Sanetta. And he states publicly that Sanetta, while being in his 30s, was having sex with a 15-year-old girl from Harlem called Nikki Chanel. Until this day, Sanetta has not denied it. Sanetta only said, show the proof. But when we show the proof for the mighty Hebrew, Sanetta still defends the mighty Hebrew. So what difference does it make? He has not denied it. If he has denied it, please, brothers and sisters, enemies, monkey moderators from the house of clowns, from the house of conscious mess, please give me the link and the timestamp so I can hear and see Sanetta denying it. I have not heard him deny it. It takes only a few seconds to deny such an accusation. So let me play it now. Here it is.
Bro, listen, I don't even know who's over there watching that shit. But actually, you know what? That's a lie. I do. What's happening right now is there's a line in the sand, and the pedophiles and the pro pedophiles. Remember when I said this is revealing who's pedophile and who's pro pedophile? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these people have shit that they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people have shit that they've been doing, shit that they interested in. A lot of these niggas go on to vacations in Dominican Republic and Brazil and all these other places and be doing a lot of shit that if they was here in the States, them niggas would get killed for. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas going on vacation doing other goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? And niggas coming around thinking that because they got a little few dollars that they could get away with doing certain shit, that makes them somebody. It don't. See, I still come from a world where money don't determine who you are. It don't. Because you got a little control of a platform and niggas looking at you and you could put niggas in position like, bro, that shit don't mean nothing if you a slime ball. Period. So you over there having sex with little girls. Remember, I was saying that we needed to boycott Sanetta Page until he took polite videos down. At this point, I'm saying that we need to just boycott that page. Everybody needs to unsubscribe. The nigga's a pedophile. What are you doing now? And if he's not, let him break it down. Let him explain his relationship with Nikki because he cannot deny his relationship with Nikki. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is a real thing that happened. That would be the same as Polite trying to deny Aminette. Polite can't deny he with Aminette no more than Sanetta could deny that he was with Nikki for years. So let him explain that. Let him explain what he's doing with Nikki. He's 33, she's 15. And let me show you something. So you really know that this is a problem. He stayed in a relationship with her. He went to prison for a year and stayed in a relationship with her while he was in prison. And when he came home, he came right back to her. So that means that he thinks that that's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, say for instance, we want to say the girl had a really big body and she looked grown and he was out somewhere drunk and they hooked up for a one night stand and he didn't know. Okay, that's a situation. That could be argued back and forth. I'm not saying yay, nay, or whatever. But you were with this girl since she's in junior high school, my nigga? To the time she's in high school? Guess who's going to jail tonight? What? Bro, stop doing videos on everything else and talk about you and Nikki over there, bro. Talk about you and Nikki. And be careful because niggas in Harlem is now paying attention. So it's niggas that know about other things that's hitting me, sending me text messages and all that. And I'm ignoring a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what I would like you to do is go out on a high note. This is a real message from me to you, Saab. You watching this video. Go out on a high note with some dignity, bro. Don't keep dragging this thing out where you keep losing dignity in front of us, bro. It's hurting me. I don't know. A lot of these people that's watching, they don't really give a fuck about none of the people involved. It's hurting me to keep finding out more of these things that's making who you are in my mind diminish less and less and less into below nothingness. And it's a lot of people in the community that feel the same way, bro. And if you would have just stopped this shit, if you would have just stopped this polite shit so long ago, man, you could have saved this community so much fucking heartache, bro. And you still going, my nigga. You still pointing out other niggas instead of dealing with your man polite. Now, let's look how fucking goofy this nigga saw look. All this research work, right? He doesn't realize that he's demonstrating to the entire community that he's capable of fully pulling up all the information on Brother Polite. But you're not doing anything but pulling up information on other people. Okay, so now we pass Brother Polite, bro. Now we're on Brother Sinetta.
So, brothers and sisters, remember, young Harold just told us that there was a video of Minister Enki speaking to people in Harlem regarding Nick. Yeah, go ahead,
No,
brother.
Shaka, it wasn't Mr. Inky, it was Saneda. Because when Inky was putting the pressure on him, he went back to the neighborhood and he was asking two guys that he grew up with about it, but it was just a clip. I didn't see the whole thing, you know.
Oh, my mistake, my mistake. So, but obviously, so if I understand correctly, Sanetta was asking some friends of him about a relationship with Nikki, and supposedly the guy said, "Oh, I don't know anything about that." But it's very simple. All I would like Sanetta to say is, he doesn't even have to say my name. He can keep on saying the N word in France or the French N word. Um, all I need him to say, all I would like him to say. I'm not demanding, you know. I would like him. I would appreciate if he says, for the record, that he did not have any relationship with a 15-year-old Nikki or let's say underage Nikki. Just for the record, you know, Sanetta, Frankie, just say for the record, just state, I did not have a relationship with underage Nikki. That's all you have to say. Because the people, like Minister Enki says, they know those individuals, you know. So they might have pictures, they might have video. Who knows? They might have testimonials. Who knows? It's not hard to say I didn't have a relationship with the underage Nikki. Is it difficult to say? Because I heard you say, "Oh, what about my wife then? Where was my wife? Like having a wife will stop somebody from having a relationship?"
Never
I mean,
stop.
those
And you know what? So this just to show you how low down these men are, and they get a lot of women. You know, like after they reach a certain age, they ain't trying to go nowhere. You know, they got kids with the man, but It's for years this Sanetta been disrespecting and making his wife look bad, you know. And at a time when Napa was wrong, at first I thought it was just an internet thing, but then I realized it's more than that because everybody coming on the platform and calling Napa his wife. But when Napa finished with him now, I mean, when Napa was wrong, he never used to say anything about his child mother. As soon as Napa do away with him, oh yeah, my wife. Oh yeah, my wife. This, my wife. I'm like, bro, where was your wife all this time? You were screwing around on her. You know, so I feel bad for the woman. You know what I mean? Because we need these women to be strong. That don't let these men treat you like that. The only because they happy when they find a woman they could take control of, you know, and because the majority of women won't stand for that, you know. So it's just sickening, man, that these men is grandpa and they be disrespecting their wife, but when they get caught up, they want to run back to the woman that been taking care of them. But in between, they treat them like shit when they're ready.
You know, I've seen several videos of when Sanetta was cursing out in the park, and I was like, "Damn, that's so funny, man!" Live on air, man. Then
Yeah,
one of them,
yeah, I saw
he
it.
said, "Stop saying I'm your effing husband."
Yeah. You know, and the thing is, right, is after a year. They've been saying that, and you talking about her, but everybody that used to come on your platform used to call her your wife. Why didn't you tell them stop calling her your wife? Because you were screwing her at the time. But now you ain't screwing her no more. Oh, don't do that. Don't come because you running back to the woman that you should have never left in the first place.
So, um, ISUPK, we have Tazariak, who has a position in terms of hierarchy. He's known as Captain Tazariak, so he's not a foot soldier. He's not a low-ranked member, and he's on tape saying that he financially supported another ISUPK member known as King Town YouTube. He's an artist, a rap artist, and he was found guilty. There was a guilty verdict for child molestation. We have testimonies of a woman who is here, Wisdom 7, who was beaten and almost killed by an ISUPK member when she reached out to Zaria. To Zariak ignored her messages. We have reports of other women who were beaten. We have reports of women being fined, like you see here. If they talk back or disobey their husband, they will be fined, and the woman will have to pay for months. They figured out so many ways to receive money on a month.
Yeah, that's just crazy, man. I can't believe that these women let these men control them like that, and like sometimes, like you say, some of them that try to get away, they frame them, they find all kind of ways to make them look bad. Some of them probably didn't even make it out alive. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just craziness, and we need to bring more awareness to this so we could help these women from a young age so they won't fall into these traps. And I just want to tell Shaka, I appreciate the conversation because, I'm about to finish work, I work overnight. So I will catch you guys later. I'm going to listen till I go to sleep. But once again, I appreciate the conversation. I'm happy to see Wisdom, and Queen of Thrones here. And hopefully more women will see the discussion and we could expose it even more across different platforms.
And I want to thank the
Yo,
Sister Wisdom 7. She is a hero, like V. Bennett said. I want to thank V. Bennett, Young Harold, James Powell, Andrea Brunet, all the brothers and sisters. Love Me Fro, all the brothers and sisters, elders, younger ones, people my generation who stood by me because if we did not stand firm against Frankie Sanetta and Butler Reggie, who knows if Wisdom 7 would have come here and share those things with us. I mean, check this out here. One of the sister I was close to was with a Chicago captain. That is an ISUPK captain. And he used to take all her money and leave her and her daughter with her nothing. She will call him for grocery money and he will tell her no. What kind of man is that? What
It's
kind
not
of
a man.
man? It's
It's
not
a
a man.
psychopath. It's a psycho.
Yeah,
It's a psycho.
yeah.
And I wanted to say I'm not surprised that women find themselves in a situation. And it's the same reason why a lot of men end up join it, think it's one thing, and then slowly get indoctrinated. These people, what's at the top, and these tactics that are being taught in there are tactics of manipulation and psychological violence, mental violence. They're using all the tools that a pimp uses to traffic women. It's psychological. The first tool is psychological. If you can get into somebody's brain psychologically, then the body can follow after. And they these people, just like pimps, they thrive. They go after people that are in trouble already, or have some sort of problem already, or are vulnerable in some kind of way already, and then they latch themselves onto those types and they don't let them go. And they're
Yeah.
using basically military style psychology. So they're using this is not just
Captain,
so innocent
general.
or some yeah, this is not just innocent like some sort of just happenstance thing that happened. No, these people are practicing forms of psychological violence that is used in war when you want to harm and destroy people. And that's how we get caught up in it. And most people won't, a lot of people won't know what to do. There's so many more vulnerable people that can easily find their way into those doors. The only difference, like I could say this, I'm not saying it's always like this, the background of people, and this doesn't always make the difference because people develop their strengths slightly differently. But I come from a safe home, right? I come from a community where there was a lot of caring adults, teachers looking after us, the kids when they leave their home, reporting things. Even when they see that a kid has problem at home, they report it or follow up with the parents or follow up. There's so many of our community members that don't have that, man. What do teachers get paid? What do teachers get paid in America? They don't get paid shit. And so many teachers in my generation, they knew they were on the front line of communities because it's the first generation after segregation. So they always put the extra mile in. They weren't teachers because of the money. They were teachers because they knew they were raising the next generation and protecting the next generation. But our society doesn't support these people. They don't want them to make enough money. It's a lot of teachers that come out of their own pockets just to help other students when the damn government should be supporting them doing this. Our communities don't have support systems. We've been basically banished, in a sense, to operate with just the minimums. And so there's a lot of our community members, women and young women and young men that could fall into these traps, man. This shit is way more sinister than just happenstance. So any sister or brother that find themselves in this situation, don't think that it's something normal that just happened and you turned out to be the weakest one. That they no, there's so many more waiting to walk in there just because that's the state of our community. So we got to start realizing that and just I just want to let the women to know it's not just you. These men, they manipulate. They look, these motherfuckers, they could have tried to manipulate my ass, but they realized there was something different. They're set up to weed people apart and figure out who the weakest ones are and the ones that may not go for it. And the ones that may not go for it, they get a totally different treatment. They try to weed them out and get them the hell out the doors and don't come back. Get this one out the door. He gonna make trouble. And it's the same thing like that with the women. If a woman seems like she gonna make trouble, they're going to get her ass out of there because they know they don't want them to find out what's really going on. The weak ones, they already got a game set up for you, a psychological game, a manipulation game, what do they call it? What do we call it when they're trying to molest kids? You know, they have this
Grooming,
process. Grooming. They're
grooming.
grooming people. They're grooming people. So this is nothing different than the tools of a pimp, of the sex trade, of slavery, of molestation. These are the same tools and tactics that they're using, and these tactics are psychologically damaging, harmful, sinister, slick, sly. You know, it's fucked up, but that's, excuse my language, but that's what's going on. And if you don't reject it on the basis of the physical harm, we have to understand that the mental effects, in some cases, are, in many cases, are life lasting. Life lasting. Who's going to pay for these people's psychological health? Who's going to pay for it? But so people that leave there, they're brave because they don't even really get help. They don't get no psychologist paid for their ass by the government, you know, and if they do, they get the minimal amount. You know,
Mm.
it's like these people should be held responsible, and not only should they be brought into prison, but they should be made to pay. These institutions should be made to pay. Everything they own should be taken and sold and paying for the people that they harm so they can get help, let alone just go to jail for the damn crime itself. You know, these people are a plague, bro.
And I'm glad you mentioned the psychological help because first of all, I said a few names, but some other names came into mind because Donnie Williams has joined us. So I want to thank Donnie Williams. I want to thank Jay Heru, and of course, I want to thank Ching Ching from Baltimore, Peanut King. You know what I'm saying? And for all the other names that I forgot, please forgive me. Um, Now in Europe is different. And the countries in the north, like Sweden, Denmark, and they are usually ranked like the best countries in terms of happiness in life and work conditions. Holidays, paid leave, like for sickness. Now, in France, people would get psychological help, whether it's with a psychologist or a psychiatrist. And for those who don't know the difference, a psychiatrist is a doctor, a medical doctor, so he can prescribe medicine. A psychologist doesn't prescribe medicine, at least not in Europe. I don't know about America, but I think it's the same in America.
It's the same.
So
It's the
it is
medical
the same.
field. Yeah.
You see?
Mhm.
So, in France, it will be basically free of charge. The government, the national health body, in England they call it the NHS, sorry, the National Health Service.
Mhm.
So
It's the
in
same in
France, we call
Denmark
it,
too.
there it is,
It's
and in
paid
France we call
for.
it
It's paid through the
Social
taxes.
Security. Exactly. So I am an interpreter. So I translate in different places, and sometimes I do translate, for psychologists or for psychiatrists. And some people had trauma in their lives, and they will either consult with a psychologist or a psychiatrist if they need medicine. You know what I'm saying? But those women in America, we know it's different over there. Even though Obama came up with, Obamacare, it doesn't cover all the costs. We know that when people go to the
Right.
hospital for treatment, the bills are very expensive. Actually, some people from America come to France to have children in France because they know it's much more cheaper. Because in America, the bill is just crazy, it's insane. So all these women who went through abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, can they afford, when we hear that even for groceries they're not giving money, will they be afford to have money to pay for the psychiatrist or the psychologist? Most likely no. So they live with this trauma, they don't get any help. It's just bananas, it's insane, and they have to take care of children at the same time. you know so those guys, I'm
Yep.
sorry, young sisters, young brothers, if you disagree with what's going on, you don't have to go to war with them because they are numerous. Leave. First step, leave. You don't want to speak out, I understand. Just leave. Leave. Wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong. And what is a shame, and I'm not targeting anybody in particular because there's plenty of people who used to be down with me when I was touching on many different topics, not just Kemet, many different topics. But when I started speaking against convicted child molesters for which we have paperwork. The same people who are okay with me are no longer okay with me. And for a few weeks, they've been telling me, "Oh yeah, stop talking about it. So he talk about it too much." Blah 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 blah. I'm like, it's a shame, but it is life. It is life. And I want to thank young Haru for that super chat that he sent to me, because if people want to, they can use the super chat or super sticker. It is in the chat in the bottom. You also have my, my PayPal and my Cash App. But lately, you've noticed, brothers and sisters, that I haven't been asking for Cash Apps or PayPal. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want people to think that I'm talking about these topics in order to get some donations. You know what I'm saying? But if people want to, then they can support. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, but Shaka, it's nothing wrong with supporting somebody that actually puts in the amount of work that you do and also holds your ground. It's nothing wrong with doing that, man. I mean, I never sent you a cash app, but I joined the member thing because I was like, you know what? I can at least do that. I can at least pay from I can contribute. It's not paying. It's just a small contribution to be able to participate and in the chat and is if you wasn't doing it, there's nobody else. I don't support just anybody. I don't have the money to just support anybody, but I will always support somebody that really believes in what they're doing. And I known you. I mean, me and you, we never met face to face. Somebody asked me, "Do you know Shaka? Do you know Shaka person?" And I don't know him personally, but I've been following Shaka for a long time, so I know what type of guy he is. He's a good guy, and I'm over here in Europe too, so I'm going to support you. I could see the purpose in me supporting you because I'm from the U.S. and I know how these people think. I'm able to point out that they are suckers, they are cowards. They don't ever come at somebody that they know is definitely not going from it. And cats from my part of town, from where I'm from, it's a lot of us that ain't going for it. You see what I mean? We don't give a damn where you from. It's not about where you from. It's about your ethics and your morals. And some of this shit, it just have to end. You see what I mean? So they go after the people that they think they can jump on and push around. You see what I mean? And I was telling you where I'm from, how we deal with each other is you get one time. You get one time. That's how we used to relating to each other. That's how we deal with each other. And you know what? That works because then we don't come at each other with bullshit. You see what I mean? Because we know. So we come with each other with our hand up and respect, and we look each other dead in the eye and communicate that way so we avoid problems. You see what I mean? But these cats, when you start accepting garbage again and again and again, it just breeds. It just breeds more garbage. And these dudes in this place, particularly, not only this place, but in this place, they are trying to breed more abuse. They're trying to get more members involved in it. And the people that get inside of it, you got different types. Some are going to be strong enough to leave and escape. Others are just not just so beaten down. They don't have the resource. They don't, even if they did have the resource, they can't see it because of whatever reason. They don't feel like somebody's going to help them if they escape. And then there's another element. There's an element when you take it all in, where you digest it all and you become the perpetrator now. You see, and this is the thing. They breed this type of thing. So it's not going to just go away on its own without some type of action. They're going to breed another one. Every day, a new perpetrator is being bred in these places. And that means they're going to outnumber some of us. If we're not breeding good people with good morals, with good values that will stand up to something, we're going to have we already got a real problem. We let this thing breed itself for 20, 30 years, 40 years in our community, these type of cults. That's how long they've been going. And they thrive because we don't want to call out the bullshit in our own community. And this is not just as simple as selling some goddamn drugs. This is not as simple as, oh, I'm selling some coke, I'm selling some weed, I'm selling some this because somebody want to party one night or somebody. No, this is, I'm trying to take everything from you. I'm trying to take your entire freedom. I want to destroy your mind so much that you cannot move on any further. So this is just like the worst of the worst, man. I'm not trying to make anybody that's committing crimes look any better, but like we were saying, a lot of these goddamn drug dealers are way more honest. They
Yeah,
just tell you what they want. I'll have this.
yeah.
You know what you buying. You know what you're doing to yourself. It ain't on me. Here it is. Boom. You know what I'm saying? But these guys, they don't tell you that. They tell you, hey, I'm going to help you. Let's stand up together. You're a queen. You're a black queen. You're a king. They tell you all of this shit. And really what they're trying to tell you is, no, you're going to be my slave because I'm so pathetic. I don't want to go out there and fight and get a job just like everybody else. I want to prey on you, on your mind, on your suffering, on your struggle. I'm gonna use all of those things against you. I'm gonna pretend like I'm your savior when really I'm gonna be your Satan. I'm gonna be your devil. These dudes got the nerve to try to tell people when they try to leave, when their family members come to get them, they literally tell them that's Satan. That's Satan. That's how far they going with this shit. You see what I mean?
But
They have
check this
no
out.
respect.
Mm. Check this out, V. Bennett.
They
You
have
see
no
the clip
respect.
of Tazaria. Yeah, you see the clip of Tazaria when he talks about why he defended his ISUPK brother, even though he was found guilty for child molestation. He talked about the hymen. Then he said the sister. Then he said the young girl, rather, because he realized he used the term sister, so he corrected himself and used the term the young girl, rather. So that's an indication that the girl most likely was underage anyway. But even the term sister, he
Hmm.
felt like it was no good. You know what I'm saying? But in his mindset, his homie is innocent, and I guess the girl is guilty because she lied. He didn't use the term lie, but he said she retracted her statement, and it's always the same side story. But that being said, Brother Polite, after Tazariak talked about his wives, and I don't know if I played it, but Tazariak did say that he actually talked about Brother Polite's wife wives several times. And Polite explained that he kept asking him, just stop talking about my wife. So what did Polite do in the end? Because Tazariak wouldn't stop. He interviewed one of Tazariak's wives. And she said at one point that she was told, okay, go and apologize. So when those Hebrews were like women, or at least ICPK women, go and apologize to their husband, they say, you are my Lord.
Mm,
And
yeah,
that's the words that she used. So
a
there's another thing I
scumbag
want
is
to
the
say.
is the Lord.
Yeah, man.
You
There's
know.
another thing I want to say. But
Go
I
ahead,
lost my
Shaka. I
place.
don't want to cut you
Yeah.
off. Go ahead.
No, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. We can interject. But she said, "You are my Lord," and I forgot what was the other thing. But it might come back to me. But I want to greet the elder sister Andrea Brunet in the place to be. She's listening, brother. Sorry, sister Andrea Brunet. I don't know if you heard it, but we have. You see that woman, um, that mighty Hebrew pulled his penis out. Basically, the woman that Mighty Hebrew helped to go back to Canada, but then he pulled out his penis in front of her. She's there. She's a supporter now, and she has told us about ISUPK. Arrête de faire ça, mais ça fait trop de bruit. She explained to us. She wrote in the chat that when ISUPK females. Oh, I remember the second thing I wanted to say. It came back to me when the ISUPK female members disobey their husband, they are fined. They have to pay fine for months. She talked about the wife of a Chicago captain. Did she use the term Chicago or Illinois? I think she said Chicago captain. No, yeah, there it is. The wife, the what? One of the sisters I was close to was with a Chicago captain, and he used to take all her money and leave her and her daughter with nothing. She would call him for grocery money, and he would tell her no. Now, there she put It's a business, and seducing the woman is a part of the business as well, because they find these women hundreds of dollars, and make them give all their money to them. Sounds like pimping to me. It sounds
It
like
is.
pimping to me.
It's
And
and
then here,
pimping is slavery.
yeah, it's a form of slavery, modern day slavery. Now, here she wrote, if they talk back or disobeyed to their husband, they will find the woman, she will have to pay the fine for months. Now, the other thing I remember now is the sex husband issue. See, you hear them say, oh, my husband, my wife. We know that legally in America and many other Western countries, you can only have one wife legally. So you can be with whoever you want, but legally you can only have one wife, one husband. But we heard about sex husband. I think I played it. A woman said that basically
Yes.
once the guy, yeah, so Viben is confirming that I played it. Once the Hebrews were like, maybe not all of them, but as you became Israelite, once they have sex with a woman, that's it. That's a wife. That's all they have to do. She didn't talk about ceremony, marriage ceremony. You know what I'm saying? Religious ceremony, because that happens. A lot of Muslim people, for those who don't know, a lot of Muslim get married religiously. They don't get married to the court. Some of them do, but not for them. The most important is the religious marriage. You know, and we know that the Shia, they have the something I think is called mutwa. They can basically get married, make it do what it do, and then divorce. You know what I'm saying? So it's all halal, like they say. It's legal. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
wanted to say.
exactly.
Ex-husband. Go ahead, brother.
And it's that, and I've heard this before. I mean, this is not only a practice of these so-called known cults in the black community. This is standard cult type of shit. How you evade the government. You see what I mean? You get the women on welfare. So the man, you're not married on paper now. So the man is not even reported as the father, right? And so he can live in the home, get the benefit of the welfare from the state, and he could be out there making money in some other way, have a job in some other way. It's really fraud to the goddamn state. That's what's going on here. You see what I mean? It is fraud to the state at the very minimum, that type of practice. At its very worst, it's slavery, trafficking, sex trafficking, all of this kind of shit. But they're very slick. I mean, they almost know the law and know how to manipulate the law. That's exactly what they're doing. Just the same thing as having all these aliases. You don't have 7 aliases if you don't. Why would you need to change your name? I use my goddamn real name. You want to come find me? You want to know something about me? Use my goddamn real name. I stand on what I stand on, mistakes and all. You see what I mean? But the fortunate part is that I don't have nowhere near the mistakes. I have 1% mistake in my goddamn life. You see what I mean? 1%. You see what I mean? So I'll stand on my name. And if I make a mistake, I apologize and atone for it. But going back to these cults, these dudes have these different names because they don't, it's for the same reason. They don't want anyone being able to track them where they are. They don't want their past to catch up with them. So the easiest way to do that is to have a different name. Always use your look. I'm sorry. You can use your name. You can use your name, but I know your goddamn name, Shaka. You know what I mean? So I don't have a problem with you using your spiritual name. You see what I mean? I don't have a
And for the
problem with
record,
you doing that.
yeah, and for the record,
Right.
now lately, you know how some people say, "Oh, that's not what the mother of your child said," and I said, "Okay, what did she say?" They try to play the fact that allegedly, like they try to imply or insinuate that she left. And for the record, I separated from her when my son was 6 months old because I couldn't take it anymore. So she left when he was 8 years old. She left like around November last year. You know what I'm saying? So for 8 years we were separated. So there's no way they're gonna try to find like me doing some stuff to her or stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But
And
that's the
on
reason.
top of it,
Yeah. Hmm.
And on top
Go
of
ahead.
it, Shaka, don't worry, I wasn't born yesterday. So I got 50 something years on earth checking people out, knowing, feeling people out. Going every place I go, I'm feeling people out, because I know how the world is. So I know a person that is basically honest, straightforward, trying to do the right thing from someone who's trying to hide their intentions. You see, first
Yeah,
of all,
yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, but otherwise I wouldn't even support you. But secondly, right, or anybody. But secondly, the thing about it is that from last time I checked, it's illegal to fucking disappear with somebody's child and leave the country.
It is
Last time I
illegal. It
checked,
is illegal.
yeah, yeah.
It, it,
So
it, it is.
regardless of
It
what
is.
it is, that's a crime. That person has committed a crime now.
Yes,
You
yes,
see?
yes. She
So,
has. She has now. Yeah, and
and I'm
the
pretty
school has
sure the
reported.
French government is looking for her ass.
Well, not yet because I actually did not file a complaint yet because she's very. I'm talking about the mother of my child. She likes to try to make me look like I'm obsessed, like I haven't moved
Okay.
on, and that's what she's been telling the social workers. I mean, making up stories all the time, and
Yeah, but it ain't gonna
uh,
work. It ain't gonna work.
yeah, yeah.
It
Well,
ain't gonna work.
unfortunately, because of feminism, it work. I mean, those feminists, man, the judges, social workers, they talk to me like I was like I was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because their reflex is to
Okay.
defend a woman just because she's a woman, and that's the bad side of feminism. But that being said, um, I'm waiting because now I think it's not yet 6 months and she actually said that she's going there for a while. She didn't say that she's going there for good. I think she might have gone there for good, but I'm like I'm not in a
All right,
rush,
I got you. It's
Yeah,
still in the
before I go
time
and
frame. I got you.
file the
Right.
complaint,
I
but
understand.
like yeah, you see. But that being
It's a
said,
process.
my yeah, it's a process. But the school has reported that he's not going to school, so the academy has sent a warning. It's actually the second warning because it's not the first time she takes it away abroad during the school period, but this time she it's not just for 2 or 3 months. But anyway, my government them is there like the Muay Thai fight. One of my Muay Thai fight, which was basically the national championship. That's amateur level. You have amateur, semi-pro, and then pro. So um one of my multi practitioner mate, I asked him to film so we have the screen and we can see my government name on the screen when I had my Muay Thai fight. And when people
Right.
send some cash app or some paper, then they see my government name. You know what I'm saying? So my government name
Exactly.
is there for the record. But now that I said
Right.
that, they might just go and try to look for, because somebody was trying to bait me, say, okay, what's your government name so we can look you up. And I'm like, man, they can look up anything they want. They will not find any rape
Yeah, use your
or child
brain. Send
molestation.
me a cash
Yeah,
app. Send me a cash app. You'll get it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's like,
And
and
they might do
you
that,
know,
but they won't find anything. And you see, if you made that makes me think of something. Some people have messed up. Some people uh have raped women or children. Now, if they have done that, they don't need to spend their life defending the people who do that. You need to realize you were
right.
wrong. Don't try to be a leader. Just lay low and live your life. I'm not saying you don't have the right to leave, because some people do worse. They kill. And I'm sure killing is worse than raping. Even though rape is just horrible. When you kill, that's it. You know what I'm saying? The person cannot come back. You know what I'm saying? So I'm urging whoever may have done that, or some didn't do it themselves, but they witnessed it. You know what I'm saying? Some people are part of gangs. Like there's some
The
oh man.
problem,
Some
the problem is
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
there's no limit on how I see it is there's no limit on any of it if you don't atone. And that's how this thing works. I mean, someone you might kill a person, go to jail for 20 years, and they kill one person. A person that has another type of behavioral problem like rape and things like that might literally need help themselves and can't even stop themselves. That you see, and that's the thing about it. So, and then the victim themselves might be so harmed that they can become also that predator. So I don't put limits on any of them. They're all serious things. I would even say a murderer, a person that kills one person and comes out of jail might even be better. Might even be better because they're forced to atone. You see what I mean? Hey, actually, before you get released, you actually got to speak on that kind of stuff. You see,
Yeah, you
and
have to
it's
speak
like
to the
the pro,
board.
the pro,
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing is that this behavior of rape is actually more prevalent. It's more prevalent than murder. Shit. How
Yeah.
many people you think getting raped in the US a day versus murder in New York? Or you know,
Yeah.
you might hear about you know, that's all I'm saying. We can't underestimate the effects of other of either one of those things. But you know, the thing about it is that we often try to pretend. Look, I had this discussion, another discussion, not to change the topic. I hope it's not that. And but
No, it's okay.
there's
We can
this
talk
thing
about anything.
there's this thing about the LGBT community being the big thing in Africa. Like, you know, we're going to crack down on this LGBT thing. You know, LGBT is not African. Okay, well, however you want to word it or whatever. But, and we can't accept that in Africa. Okay, you want to word it like that. But first of all, you're just talking about the ones that admit it openly. You're not talking about the ones that don't and do it in secret and private. There's no count on that. There's nobody looking for that type of action. And then here's the thing: you're more likely in any society in the world to come across a rapist than you are a, a person from the LGBT community. Period. That's what the data says. So it's like you accept rape, you don't. So you saying LGBT is not African, fair enough, but is rape African because you accept it? Is corruption African? Is oppression of women African? What do you do? You know, come on. There's all the. Do you accept the lack of hospitals to the degree that corruption creates that? Do you accept all these other ills that are so much even dominant over everybody's life? So you see, that's how you. I'm not saying me myself. You don't have to be gay to see that the data is the data. So what these people do is they become obsessed with trying to point out one thing because they don't agree with that behavior. You don't have to agree with that behavior. But look at the other behavior. Look at the other shit you accept every day, but yet you want to point this out. If you're not this, then don't be this. But you are this other thing. Even if you're not LGBT, you're a person that's accepting corruption. You're accepting rape in the society. You're and a proof to that is we're supposed to be in the freest part of the world, and look how much we accept all this other bullshit.
But
We accepting it.
brother, I would say something.
Not
I'm a
accepting, not accepting, not accepting, but we have more of it in our society. To that degree is what I'm saying. You know, but
yeah,
but
yeah.
nobody wanted to. You see the pushback you getting on talking about rape. You getting the pushback talking about these cults. You see what I mean? That's where they having the pushback. But these guys, they want to point the finger somewhere else. It's like this LGBT thing. If they're not out there raping anybody, then who goddamn problem is it to you? If they're not out here
Well,
raping anyone, whose problem? They're just choosing them. They can choose wrong as long as it's not going to affect me.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
mhm. But
Who produces them? Who produces them? Who produces them? Who made those people that way? Who birthed them? You see what I'm saying? So the problem is a societal issue on all types of levels. We're creating this. Most of these people you see out there that's LGBT, they tell you they got made by a man and a woman that wasn't LGBT. They were birthed. You see what I'm saying? And now I'm not going too deep into it, but I'm just saying the psychology that we're using, man, we don't add the pieces up and the numbers up. You know, it's like we look at some things. I mean, we can't solve problems by dealing with them that way. You know, and that's where I get kind of it just becomes kind of insidious and ignorant. You know, you see it yourself. People are more the same people that's sitting out here that's accepting. They are the ones accepting pedophilia and accepting rape. They're the ones
yeah,
pointing the finger at the LGBT. They're the ones that's going to jump out there like, yeah, but what they're more concerned about that. It's like, we don't know what you're doing. No matter what you profess yourself to be, I don't know what you do in your bedroom. You could be doing the same damn thing and just hiding it. You see what I mean? You could be doing the same thing. All you got to do is hide it and nobody sees it, right? You see what I mean? A lot of these people out here, how many Muslims pretended going out there in their society, they pretending to be straight. All of them pretending to be straight, All of them, but what is that inducing in their society? They got rape going on, undercover rape of boys. What is that? You see what I mean? So they involved in something where they just don't want to confront who they really are themselves. So we need to stop pointing the finger at people that acknowledge who they are. You see what I mean? And start looking at ourselves, man.
What you're saying is quite interesting, because this is a typical thing that people from the so-called Black conscious community, or let's say religious people, Abrahamic people, like to say. They like to point the finger at LGBT people, even though we have plenty of rapists from the LGBT community. Some of them will not describe themselves as part of the LGBT community, but we know that when you have those
Right.
male pedophiles that have sex with young
They're having
boys,
same sex
exactly,
relations.
exactly. But people don't say, okay, those guys are gays. They just focus on the fact
Exactly.
that they are pedophiles, you see. But that being said, they like to put a finger at people for being gay. That's not my lifestyle, that's not my traditional custom or culture. But you cannot
It's not
help
mine.
who they want to be with. You can try, but there's not much you will be able to do. So if two people happen to want to be together and they are of the same sex, then they are not hurting other people. Now we have these guys hurting female, beating them, taking all their money, having sex with their daughters, raping their daughters, molesting their daughters. Um, and because they profess to be of the Lord, then it's cool. So we complain against the corruption from governments, but we have in the governments those religious organizations, and particularly we have documented that what comes up the most often is from Hebrew Israelite camps. So they have their government, inner government organization, where there is corruption, but people want to make excuses for it because it is allegedly from the so-called conscious community. That's messed up. Wrong is wrong. We have mistreatment of women being their money being taken from them being beat up, some of them being killed, the daughters being molested. But Frankie Sanetta doesn't find anything better to do. In March 2023, he should say, "Yo, Mighty Hebrew, yo, come here, man." And the guy
Yeah,
was
let's have a
convicted.
debate. Let's
Let's have a
debate
debate.
who let's debate who Jesus' daddy was. Was Jesus a Kimite or was Jesus an Assyrian? Let's debate it. Meanwhile, when I go home at night, I get that cash app from you, I'm going to run amok. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to have whatever dope on the table. I'm going to have my prostitute with me. I'm going to have the little child over there in the corner waiting to get their turn. It's like, come on. It's like asking Jeffrey Dahmer to come and debate, asking Jeffrey Dahmer to come on the platform and debate, who was Kemet, Asiatic or African. It's like, get the hell out of here.
I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
people like, as if it's not bad enough that they beat their woman, that the woman have to apologize by saying, "You are my Lord," that they take their money, that they fine them, give them fines if they disobey, and some of them do molest their daughters. And I'm talking about stepdaughters, but the daughters of the woman who are part of those groups, they celebrate the death of Africans.
Dude, Cesariak, what type of man is on tape and has a woman ask him, "Is it true that you molested your niece?" What type of what?
And
then he says,
"I have no recollection of that. You have to tell me what you're talking about."
what kind of answer is that? You see?
Let me play
you
this.
see? So
when they say it never gets old, that's one of the
it
things
never
that
gets
old.
old.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
It
play the
definitely
beginning of
don't ever get old.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay.
You'll have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that. It's very similar to Frankie Sanetta, who will not deny the situation with Nikki. He's like, you have to show me the evidence. You have to show me the proof. Man, if I'm asked that question, most
That's
human
the worst
beings on
thing,
this planet, they will say no.
yo.
They won't say, oh, I have no
That
recollection of
is
that. You
the
have to tell me what
worst,
you're talking about.
yo. That's the worst thing to have no recollection of. What the hell you mean you don't have record? Yes or no? You don't have recollection of that? Like
Is it
you don't
is
have
it that there
recollection,
is it that there was so many accusation of molestation that you have? Oh, I don't
right?
remember that one. Like, what is it? I mean, I mean, does he even
What
know the
the?
words that he's using? Does he understand the meaning of those words? It's man. I have no recollection. You have to
It's
tell. You have
the
to inform me of what you're talking about.
yo. That this is a situation where the police, and I'm sorry to say this as a black man, but I say it proudly anyway. The police, the goddamn FBI, is supposed to be shutting this shit down, right? Um, and unfortunately, what happens when they do not shut this shit down? They put another black man in a situation where he have to kill some of these people. Like seriously, that's what they're doing. You see, and that's the problem here. It's a serious problem because a real man is not supposed to tolerate this. You see, a real
Well,
man is not
some of the
supposed to
father,
tolerate this in his community.
some of the father eventually, will grab a tool and and let loose on some of them, and we might hear, oh, there was a massacre of some black Hebrew Israelites, and then we find out why the guy did that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
And
something
you know
bad's gonna
what?
happen ultimately. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Something bad is going to happen. But if something bad happens, it's because of inaction. It's because of
Yeah.
inaction on multiple levels. And the main one is that first of all, let me just backtrack a little bit. First of all, ISUPK is on the damn FBI hate group list. You see what I mean? Now that people need to know that when you walk into that group, you're walking into what is classified as a hate group, but they should be classified as even more than that. You see, and we have to start pressing the people we give our tax dollars to do some goddamn thing about this. This is
About
seriously
the human
a plague.
trafficking, about the human trafficking,
Yeah,
because
and the
modern
slavery,
day,
the
yeah,
goddamn, all of it,
man,
all of it.
dang.
you know and because it's a real problem. You see, it's a real problem. And they're going to put some man up. Everybody don't have the patience for this. And a lot of men don't have the patience for this. If you find out your child or your family member is being hurt by one of these people, every man is not going to have the patience for this. You see what I'm
And
saying? And that's the problem.
yeah, every man, not every man's gonna have the patience for this. But to all the people who talk about polite, now hold on, I want to show something. I want to show something. I'm gonna share the screen and show something. So, which I think it was the post. Let me check that it was okay. I have a new one here. Hold on. Okay. So you see here, that's the post about Nepal. Okay, you know what? Let me do better. If people want to see it. So here in the chat, I'm sharing the community. So the community, for those who don't know, I think you need to have 1,000 members. I mean, 1,000 subscribers. Once you have 1,000 subscribers, then you can put a message here that your subscribers will see. You see, it comes up on their feed. So here, for the record, we have Layla Wheels, who's announcing an event entitled "Hip Hop Stands with Survivors Protest." Stop tax dollars going to predators. And it goes with what V. Bennett was saying. And you have the website hip hop stands with survivors.com. So on March 27, in 16 days, 2 weeks basically, in New York City Hall, 2260 Broadway, there's this event entitled Stop Protecting Predators. You see, that's for the record. But here, and I've sent some message to Layla Wills, for the record, to inform her about these child molesters in the so-called conscious community. So hopefully she get a chance to see it. But if I go down, there it is here. You see, not long ago, one day ago, I've put Napa is live streaming about child abuse, but somebody has deleted at least 3 posts of mine with links about child molesters. Just like her ex, there are rapist friendly people on her channel. Why did she wait until now to touch on that topic? Why she didn't address it when I brought it up the first time I was a guest on Frankie's platform? Now, we have comments, and most of the comments come from that guy. Oh, what do I say? Okay. Sold by News First. That guy, armchair philosopher. And there it is. That's it's good because that's the comment I was looking for earlier. He wrote, "You're gonna see Cross the Line Radio yesterday, starting about the 30-minute mark. Sanetta gets on and plays attorney for Polite regarding the forensic evidence in the case." And you know what? I'm just gonna go there for the record. After Sa is acting like Polite got set up. Even Sa concedes that semen stains were found on that girl, which you vehemently denied, saying that Tasha K made that up. You need to walk that back. Today, Sanetta reported that Captain Tazaya basically said he wouldn't come on Sa unless Sa ditched Polite. So Sanetta says he won't platform Polite again until after the case. So Sanetta is a female cat. Also, Sa keeps saying that the standard for people appearing on his show is whether they are found guilty or not. This is BS. Mighty Hebrew was found guilty lots of times and still regularly appears on Sanetta. Peace. You see? Before the record, I told him, "Can you show me where I deny the semen stands?" I did say that I heard it first from Tasha K and later had to cough some money for defaming Cardi B. Then, Mero, tu fais trop de bruit là. Then he wrote, you kept naysaying the semen stains. Don't back down now. I saw Chief X on your show giving you the what for about it. He kept trying to tell you, but you weren't. Hold on. Sorry. So, where was I? Hold on. I've muted you, brother V Bennett, because I could hear like don't know if you do the washing up, but he kept trying to tell you, but you weren't having it. The police report has been publicly available on YouTube since the beginning and still is. You had your head in the sand. I told him, source up or shut up. Show and prove that I said there wasn't any, and I'm talking about there wasn't any semen stains. Then he tells me, why can't you just say, hey, I have come across new information that I wasn't aware of before and now agree that semen stains were found on that girl. It's not that hard. Stop tap dancing. You know damn well you kept telling Chief X that you didn't believe it. Then I told him, see how you're changing your statement. First you claimed that
Nah,
I
that's
said
not what you said though. We all heard
exactly,
what
but
you said.
yeah, but some people are like that. But this guy, if I'm not mistaken, he's very in agreement with Chief X saying that the ancient Egyptians were white skinned Caucasoids from pre-dynastic time until modern time. He will correct me eventually if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, he's one of those guys who feel like we are wrong and pseudo for saying that the ancient Egyptians were black, even though we have the visual evidence, we have paintings, not just statues, but paintings as well. So sometimes when people are in opposition with you ideologically, they will find any little thing that they can to try to show that you are not 100, that you are inaccurate.
I mean, isn't Chief? I mean, so in other words, is he trying to say that Chief X uh is a fan of his, that Chief X likes his platform, that Chief X agrees with his own stance
No, I don't think
on that
he has a
platform.
platform. I don't think that guy has a platform. That guy, I'm
Ah,
checking now.
okay.
No, he has no video, nothing. He's been online since. I mean, he's been on YouTube since February 2012, but he has no. And another time, the people who are like that, they have no content. They are anonymous and unidentified. But for the record, I told him first. He claimed that I said there was no semen. Now he's claiming that I said I
No,
didn't
you
believe it.
didn't. You didn't.
Yeah,
I know
and
what you said.
yeah, yeah, I
You
know.
you
But
didn't say anything about that.
yeah, and here I said, stop playing with me. You can never mess with me. There are levels to this. Like I said, so but shut up. Then here he concedes. He says, in one sense, you are right. I didn't properly characterize your statements. I apologize for that. It was months ago, and I have since rewatched the relevant part. Let me start again. In your video, Pedophilia, Chief X goes in on me, Sanetta, and others, then destroys himself. Now, for the record, why did I put that title? Because after Chief X blasted me and others, I happened to be on SAS platform then. Polite was on the platform. He called in. Can I help if Polite calls in? But after criticizing me and others, Mero, tu fais trop de bruit là. Mets-toi sur le canapé. She comes just behind me to go and make all this noise. Troublemaker. Bon, on va pas aller alors. Je t'avais dit qu'on allait aller, on va pas aller maintenant. Sorry about this. After Chief X blasted me and all the people who were on the panel, you know, he mentioned me. He said, "Oh, this guy is speaking against pedophilia, but he is on the platform, stuff like that." What did Chief X say after? And you can watch the video. You have the title here. He said, "Oh yeah, I will get back on the platform." He said he will get on Saneta's platform. He basically made a whole live stream criticizing people for being on Saneta's platform, and then he said that he will get on the platform. You know what I'm saying? But anyway,
Look,
that's
Shaka,
neither.
um,
Yeah, brother, go ahead.
what I get out of Chief X and that his actions that way, his comments. I mean, I just get out of it as it's sensational. Maybe it's going to get him a few likes or a few views, saying something outrageous like the Egyptians are Caucasoids and all of this stuff. And obviously, it's about views and
But
memberships.
it doesn't have
Getting
views.
people.
It doesn't even have any videos, so he won't have any views. But here, all of this I'm showing is just for a simple
No,
statement.
I'm saying Chief
So,
X.
oh, Chief X. Well, but here that's not Chief X. You know, it's one of his followers. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Chief X. Yes, it's for views. Yes, it's for shock values. It is true. It is true. He's good at that. So Chief X tells you about the DNA evidence which you don't seem to be aware of, and you play the role of defense attorney and skeptic on Polite's behalf. It's nuts. You fight Chief X tooth and
Yeah,
nail
that's
about it.
backwards.
Yeah. You don't seem to be aware of the facts of the case or what the evidence consists of. When Polite gets convicted, you are going to look silly for capping for him and appearing on a panel with Polite after his arrest. For the record, when I asked Chief X if Polite is not guilty, will you apologize? Chief X did not say that he would apologize. So it goes only one way. You know what I'm saying? If Polite is guilty, we're gonna look silly. But if Polite is not guilty, they're not gonna apologize. But anyway, you know, even Polite's chief defenders, Sarnetta and Garfield, acknowledge that semen stains were found on that 14-year-old girl, which thus far you haven't done, as far as I know. Please show me where you acknowledge those semen stains on that girl. And I told him here, that was my last message. You are sad and desperate now. Tashika is the first to mention Polite's case. I was aware of the semen claim, which at the time was revealed by Tashika, who is not the most reliable source. That's why she was ordered to pay millions to Cardi B. Don't flip the script and ask me to, because he said, please show me where you acknowledge those semen stains on that girl. And I told him, don't flip the script and ask me to search something for you. You are making the claim, which is an accusation rather. Hold on. I'm sorry, it's just too much news. I'm reading. She's just right behind me making all these noise. So, So you are the one making the claim, accusation rather. So the burden of proof is on you. I never capped for Polite. I can't predict the future, and I can't help if Polite called on the panel that day. If it wasn't something announced beforehand, you in here spending all this time on technicalities, and once again, I regret responding to an anonymous, unidentified individual. I've been criticizing convicting rapists, child molesters, and their protectors, Frankie and Reggie, for instance, and you don't have anything better to do than being nitpicking. Get a life, get some holidays first. Ciao. So all this to say that you see all this energy that he puts into the Polite case when Polite has not been sentenced yet, has not been convicted, but we have ISUPK member Tazaria who said live on air that is suppose somebody who was found guilty of child molestation, he doesn't get any heat. We have the mighty
Right.
Hebrew who has been convicted for rape of a minor. He doesn't get any heat. But here I have some people there spending all this time about the semen. Now, what did they say about the semen? I said that it was reported that Polite sexually abused a daughter of his girlfriend. And what I said, because I was forced to accuse the mother of my son, who took him to Africa without my consent. I'm the father legally. I'm supposed to see him every other weekend and half of the school holidays. That's the law. She's
Right.
going against the law by not letting me see my child. You see, she physically
Right.
assaulted me. She gave me blows. The neighbor came and separated. I have the audio because out of precaution, I recorded in audio because even before that, she had physically assaulted me. We can hear the neighbor begging her to stop. Mais Rod, tu fais quoi là? Qu'est-ce que je t'ai dit là? So we can hear the neighbor going, "Stop, please! There are children. Stop, stop!" So I went to the police station. We had the confrontation. When the police heard that, they let me go free. But if I didn't hear that, it may have been another story. You know what I'm saying? So I know what it is to be falsely accused. So what I said is that
Right.
if he was in a relationship with the mother, there's a possibility that because they are together, then obviously they will have intercourse. So she could get the semen stain. And it's possible that the semen stain will find its way on the girl's clothes. I say it's possible. I'm not denying that there was semen stain. I don't know. Now then later on people
Right.
saying, okay, it's on the police report. I'm like, fine, because I heard there's some video footage from the hotel, because this supposedly took place in a hotel. So who knows, maybe we will see them leaving the hotel giggling, kicking, laughing, and it's like it doesn't look like the girl went through that. Or maybe we'll see the girl in distress and him trying to speak to her. Maybe it will be against him. I don't know. That's all I was trying to say. That the guy has not gone to trial. So if people have all
Right.
this energy to criticize Polite and say he's guilty, he we should not hear about him. I'm like, okay, now
Now you
that
said the
same
same
energy,
thing.
where is it? Where is it for
Yeah.
Tazariak? Where is it for Mighty Hebrew?
Exactly.
Go ahead,
Exactly.
brother.
Nah, I remember everything you said, man, and it was clear. To me, it was clear. It was that it's simple. It's not us that's going to be trying Polite. It's us that's commenting on it. And the reality of it is that he is accused of these things. That's a clear. Those are clear claims being made, right? And people are not going to know the outcome until the verdict comes through, or yeah, you're not, or until he admits it and takes whatever punishment they give, right? So nobody's really going to know that. Um, we don't know the victim in this case, the reported victim. But I mean, in my own view, right? I believe at the very minimum, he should not be on nobody's platform until he goes and deals with that. Period. Just
You know,
get
if
back
I,
onto
you
the
know,
platform.
V. Bennett, like Jabari said, if at least Polite would have said, "I'm innocent, I'm not guilty," it would be different. But for him to not state that, Jabari said it well. Some lawyers will say, "Don't say jack about the case. Don't speak on the case." But I never heard, like Jabari said, I never heard a lawyer say, "Don't say you're innocent. Don't say you're not guilty. I never heard that. Actually, usually people
Right.
say that. They say, I'm innocent, I'm not guilty, and it will come out in trial, it will come out in court with the evidence, and then they keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that
I
Polite
tell you
has never
flat
said
out,
that is fishy. Yeah.
you're
Let's
more
speak about
diplomatic,
our
you know.
system.
Yeah, you're more diplomatic than me because I'm like, uh, I believe he did it, you know, and I'll say it. It's my belief, you know, and it's believed on what I've seen, you know. But I don't know. I don't know all of the facts, right? And if I was a juror, I would have to sit there and listen to many more things are going to come out, of course, in that trial, right? People are going to be asked questions, both people. But in my heart, I believe he did it, you know, flat out. And I believe that very easily. I don't like Polite. I think he's a scumbag, um, for many different reasons. And hey, it's just my belief. If that turns out to be true, that he gets convicted or what we find out, we're not going to know until the court case is over. But in my view, it's wrong to have, when a person is accused of something that bad, you cannot help anyone, even in your community, not on platforms like this. You need to go sit down, take your case serious, step out, deal with it like a man, come back to the community when you have your result, and people can deal with it there. And I that's the main problem I had with Sonetta at the time, and anybody else that allows him on the platform. It's like, hey, deal with it like it's serious, you know. And in my view, that's how you deal with it. You just tell them to sit down. You don't have them on the platform, just like you would any other person working in any organization or any corporation and things like that. They don't need to be active. They need to go deal with their business, and that's a serious claim. And the reason why you do it that way is because, let's say let's say he is let's say he did actually do those things. By having him be active, you're you're presenting him to possibly more victims. So
Yeah.
to ensure that your own platform circumvents all of that stuff, you go have him sit down, get back, and now you're not introducing him to any more possible victims. You see what I mean? You know the history of this. It's hard. It is definitely hard for victims, women, and any victims in these type of situations to actually. It's hard for them to come out and speak in the first place. That's the history of these types of crimes. Victims don't often feel like they can come out and speak and get justice, right? So
True. True.
just knowing that, I would in the beginning, I would lean towards protecting people from, and I would ask the person to understand that, who's being charged, to understand that concept, not take it personal, understand you can still go and defend yourself, but there's a proper way to do it. And I didn't see that happen with Polite, you know. I would even
No,
say him going out
he
and
was
speaking can be
he was
considered
cross.
harassment of the victim too,
Yeah. He
trying
he
to
was he, he
silence
wa-
them by mobilizing people, you know.
mm.
I don't like
Yeah,
that. So mm.
like Jabari said, he was flossing. He described it as flossing because I could be accused. Some people don't like me, and get somebody to accuse me, and I wish people would. I don't. Maybe the term benefit of the doubt would not be cool because they're using that for Mighty Hebrew, even though he was convicted. But I wish people would wait at least for the trial, particularly if I said I'm innocent, I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because that would mean that if somebody accused me of something, and let's say I'm a head of organization, that automatically I should just no longer speak. But I guess to get that type of charge, they need some evidence. So, but we will get to the bottom of it. Indeed,
Well,
we
Shaka,
get to the bottom of
you
it.
know,
Yes.
it is something. To what you're saying, and I understand the dynamics because, well, one person in themselves is not an organization. You control the platform yourself. If it's your own individual platform, then obviously you being silent over an accusation is, stops your platform. Period. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It,
Yeah.
it- but that's but that's not the same thing as you inviting a person onto the platform. That's a
Yeah. It's
step
different. It's
different.
different.
That's
Yeah.
like
It's true. It's
that's
true.
a little
It's
different.
true. It's
And
true.
and I would say also that you know, it depends, man. I never heard anything about your situation with your personal life with your child, you know, and these kind of things. But I mean, my intuition, you know, just I would give you so far from what I know. Now I haven't seen no paperwork. I haven't seen any of those things.
There is no paperwork. The only paperwork, like the judge orders some investigation from like the social service, like to find out, you know, how you met and you know visit the house. So that's one thing. And so I have her written statement of so many lies and the judgment. The judgment basically says, okay, those guys uh, had a child, they separated, and we were not married, by the way. So the father will pay that much child support. The father will see the child every other weekend and half of the school holidays. But there's no paperwork like you know I haven't been accused for or charged with domestic violence. I mean she said that I assaulted her when she attacked me physically. She actually said that I attacked her and she had injuries. She basically tried to send me to jail, but it didn't work because I had the recording. Plus, Mero, tu fais trop de bruit là. Plus the neighbor testified on my favor. Now he didn't want to go to the police station, but on the phone he told the police officer. Hold on. He told the police
She's
officer who was
Yeah, take your
from
time, Shaka.
she's
Take it
fine.
no, take your time, man. Take your
She's
time.
fine. We're okay with
Yeah,
her. She's
just pick
fine.
her up.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
but but, but yeah, all that
Hey,
to say, I mean,
beautiful.
she actually now that we're talking about it, she went online. She made a video with a dude who was nearly 50 years old, jealous of me, um, repeating all her lies and telling people that I was harassing her. Shh. The guy insulted me, used profanity towards me, and he was proud. Now he looks like a fool. You know what I'm saying?
But you
The
know what,
same guy
Shaka?
who, yeah, so hold on, but
I
I want to
wouldn't
say the
even
same
do.
guy.
I
No,
She's
but
wouldn't
no,
even
fine,
I'm just
discuss
Chuck.
it, man.
you know, I just trying to
Just
say that
pick her up.
mm, she went with him and some other dude, and because I criticized Pan Africans, so she got Pan Africans to speak against me, and they were repeating her lies like some fools. But they haven't said anything. And the funny thing is that when she did that, she did not assault me yet. So she was playing the victim while not letting me see my son. And when she assaulted me, she should have said, "Look, he assaulted me. I had 21 days off work." Maybe she tried to get them to speak on that, but them seeing that I was not in custody, that was cut free, they probably thought, "Oh, I don't believe her." You know what I'm saying? But they should have spoken out because even before I assaulted her, she was trying to make me look like I was crazy. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that was just for
Okay.
the record. Let's hear from the sister Andrea Brunette.
Yeah, because you're more willing to share this stuff. Like to me, I wouldn't even share, to be honest with you, because I mean things personal do happen in people's lives, man. You know, and it sounds like this is more of a personal issue. Like to be
Oh,
honest with you,
hold on.
but
I responded because I didn't want to let those lies go by. So
yeah, but if
unfortunately,
you're
what
in
happens is
if
that
you're in the
she made
area,
videos and I
right,
responded in videos, and people acting like, "Oh, you
right,
guys are, talking about your personal stuff online." But I ain't gonna let nobody, say some lies about me. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't let that happen. Let alone with some Pan Africans, French Pan Africans, who have no problem with the French Pan African rapists and pedophiles. And they know who I'm talking about because they told me about it. The same guys, the same two guys who made videos with her, they told me about the French Pan African pedophile a professor who molested an 8-year-old girl and left his country because of that. They know exactly who I'm talking. I know their names. People knew the
mm,
French people know who I'm talking about. So I'm like, the nerve of you guys, that French Pan African, I mean French speaking is an African, one of the two is from the same country of the guy. So
I
he
see
was
what you
informed,
mean. It went public.
yeah.
It
Now,
went
like, you,
public,
you ain't gonna
basically.
make videos about this child molester, but you're gonna make videos about me when I separate from the girl, man. Please. So I clap back at them, and yeah, this is just the backstory with it. But Andrew Burnett, feel free to speak, sister.
Good morning or good afternoon for you, Shaka. So about the laws and stuff. Okay, so here in America, for a long time, because women and children were considered quote unquote property of men, men could do those things, beat their wives, beat their children, do all that stuff, and there was no repercussions for it. And what happened is they went too far on the other side. when they changed the laws and said that you can't do that anymore. They went too far to the other side, and now women have all these, probably to some degree rightfully so, but not to the extreme where everything a man does is considered assault or whatever, when a lot of times it is, sometimes it is the woman who is assaulting the man, and a man won't call and press charges because most men don't want to look like they're, weak, and you're 6'5" and she's 5'2", and you let that little woman beat you up. So some men are not going to come forward for that because you don't want to appear to be that kind of guy, right? So that's why women get away with assault, because men don't want to say anything about it, right? So, that's what happens here in America. So it just went too far to the other side. From child support, in my opinion, the children should go with the person who's the major breadwinner. So it takes away this poverty that children go through because they are automatically given to their mothers. I just don't think that's a good idea, me personally. I think it should be who can provide the best for the children, right? And so, but that's just me. But again, the laws that are written, and I'm going to go back to this, is that men are the ones who are writing these laws. And in order for those laws to change, the men are going to have to get in there and say, we've had enough. This has gone too far, because it's been too far to the right or left, whichever way you want to go. It's been like that for far too long. Like I said, I feel sorry for the men in these situations who want to be with their children and who do want to take care of them, that they just take her side of the story for the most part and give them custody of their children for the most part. And me personally, I just don't think that's a good idea. All this other stuff that's happening, like in all these religious cults, because it's not just with the, Hebrew Israelites. It happens in Christianity. It happens in all. Women, again, because Eve, quote unquote, did all what they said she did. That's where they justify having all this dominance over women and children. It's something they wrote in a book that says that they have, a woman's supposed to be quiet, and also they put that in there for them to get away with the stuff that they get away with. And so some of that, you got to put that responsibility back on those who are writing the laws and who are believing these particular types of literature that give them what they consider qualified biblical immunity to do the things that they do. And it just, if we just put some of that stuff down and just did what was right, it's not that hard to figure that out. This is not complicated. But when you want to have dominance over somebody, like especially in these religious cults, these are the things that you're going to come up with to justify your behavior, as if they really can't believe that their God is telling them to treat women and children that way. You have to be sick in your head to think that God said, beat your wives and beat your children and do all this. Something has to be off up here. But as long as you can blame something outside of yourself, it gives you that justification that what I'm doing is according to biblical whatever, when you're doing it because you want to do it. It's not. There's no law that should be implemented anywhere that gives anybody the right to put hands on anybody. Exactly. Yeah, we spank our children and stuff like that, but no law should justify that. I mean, even in their own literature, it says love does all this stuff. 1 Corinthians chapter 13 says love is this, love is that, love is this, love doesn't do it. But yet they seem like they don't understand what that love concept means, and they throw that all out. They'll tear that page out because they don't want to live that life. It says with love there are no laws. Love doesn't do that. Love doesn't hurt. It doesn't do these things, but they tear that page out to justify their behavior, because love doesn't. You can't live this love life without making some sacrifice on your behalf. That means you have to go inside and do some internal work to change your mindset of what you believe to be all this harming people, because nobody in their right mind would want to just harm somebody unless you're wanting to hide behind a God that says you can do all this stuff. And what God would say something like that? I mean, that's what people have to ask themselves. What God would tell you it's okay for you to do these things to other human beings that look like you. It's just mind-boggling, and I'm glad that
But
we're not part of that stuff anymore. It's just ridiculous.
and I'm glad with what you say. You know, the law should indeed punish anybody that puts hand on anybody. It should not be just man putting hands on woman, but woman putting hands on man. Because, like you said, some male are being physically assaulted. They receive blows. They are beaten by their wives, and they don't want to hit back because it looks bad in society. All the stigma, and they don't want to appear weak. The mother of my child, she assaulted me the first time, tried to send me to jail. She got a warning. If I would have done the same thing to her, I wouldn't have had a warning. I would have some condemnation or whatever, something on my criminal record. Warning doesn't appear on the criminal record. Then she assaulted me again. There are so many people in front of the train station. She got a warning again. Usually, you have a warning for an offense, and it means don't do it again or else. She did it again. She had another warning. But if it was the other way around, it would have been different. Now, with you talking about no God should say that you can do this to a human being, the Bible says, and we went through that. It's in the Old Testament. I forgot the exact. It's Deuteronomy. If a man lays on a woman, grabs her, basically have sex with her forcefully, and they are caught, the man shall pay 50 shekels to the father. He will have to marry the woman, and he can never divorce her. Now, it clearly says if they are caught. If they are not caught, then it is what it is. So the Bible basically says, and that's what the GMS guys were talking about. The elder GMS dude said the Hebrew word is aina, which means to force, which means to rape. And I went through all the different translations, and the majority of the translation says if he grabs her by force, if he sleeps with her by force. So which God in his right mind will say, well, if a man grabs a woman in the field, if he rapes her, then the man will pay 50 shekels and marry the woman. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they believe in. It's cool. And they're trying to continue with that stuff,
Yeah.
But you know what? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why that Bible, those types of literature can't have been written by, God would have dictated. Man had to have said something like that. That's, I've taught my children. I have 2 sons, and I've told both of them, keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. And that's for anybody. Keep your hands to yourself, because you don't know what is going to trigger a person to, we as women shouldn't expect a man, because they'll tell a man, don't put your hands on a woman. But we don't know what might trigger him to because everybody's not going to just keep refrained. And you don't know at what point that lick might come back to you. Keep your hands to yourself. And then you ain't got to worry about a lick coming back. And we know 9 times out of 10, a man's hands are more lethal than ours. And if you don't want to get popped back, keep your hands to yourself. That's just simple. It's just basic. Keep your hands to yourself. Because we can't expect, as anybody in a human society, we can't expect people to just keep walking away. It's just at some point, that trigger is gonna be released, and then you're gonna have to be prepared for what comes on the other side. So I always tell my kids, keep your hands to yourself. And if she puts hands on you, call the police. That's what I told my sons. You keep your hands to yourself, and stop you ain't got to worry about all that. They can talk in the background and call you all kind of punk, whatever. That's okay. Let them talk all that. But once the hands get, just like you said, once they can even accuse you, and you don't have nothing that says I didn't do that. We grew up that way. My dad was abusive to our mother, so but I know that for a long time he never got in trouble for it until the law changed and said you can get in trouble for it. And then she put him out at one point, but when he came back, one of my brothers had to tell him, hey, that pops, do it again, and you're gonna be in big trouble, right? So it's those kinds of things that we in society, just if you just do what is the right thing to do, You don't need a Bible or a Quran or any of those things that tell you those, that give you this biblical immunity. That's why I keep calling it biblical qualified immunity. They want to stand behind God and say, God said, I can whoop your ass. God said I can. God said I can rape you. God said I can do these things. But when they go to court, God ain't nowhere to be found, right? Are they gonna come back? Are they gonna tell? They're gonna tell the judge, no, God said I could rape her. I got it right here. It's written right here. No, they know that those books are not legal for them to use going to court. They cannot. So
that we are bad to in our society.
Exactly. I mean, they make you put your hand on the Bible and say you'll tell the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help you God. And then when they get in there, they use that Bible to lie. But I have not heard anybody who's been accused of rape come back and say, well, in Deuteronomy or in Leviticus it says I can do these things as long as I pay her daddy 50. I don't hear none of them say that. Ain't nobody saying that, because they know in the court of law that is not gonna stand. So it'd be interesting to see. I've never heard that said in all these rape cases that come up. You don't hear all that. So people just need to use common sense. We've gone away from the common sense to this over spiritualized mindset, and I think that's what keeps getting us in all this trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and legally.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, but and legally in the countries we live in, we were considered 3/4 of a man. That didn't make it right. The law said it, but you got to have enough brains today.
3/5 of a human being. But
right.
Some people say
and many other things. Well, you're right. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing. I don't even know what the heck it said, to be honest. Something like that. People say it all the time.
But we do have the black code in French, le code noir. Now, it was a legal document, like it was law in France during the time of slavery. In the Caribbean, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and of course Santo Domingo, Haiti. Now, African slaves were considered objects. It's written. It's well known. People can go online
and there's many.
black code.
Yeah, and there's many laws like that. Women couldn't vote. I mean, come on. Today we know that laws, they're always being updated. So you can't just refer to the law as the best you can do as a person, right? It doesn't have the capacity. It's a work in progress. It's constantly updating itself to what it can do. And there's also voting involved and elected officials, lawmakers that have to co-sign it and put it into so there's a lot of things that could be done better, but that's the process we have. It's not a justification. You're not supposed to use these things as justification to do harm to people, or to inflict harm, so none of it is supposed to be used that way.
It's like common sense, harming people. There's no justification for legalism. I mean, unless it's self-defense, of course. But out of the blue, harming people, come on, man. But homosexuality at one point, and I think that's in America, it was considered a mental illness. You know what I'm saying, in the field of medicine.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying. So but let me propose to listen to this Senator intervention on Cross the Line Radio. I went around the 30-minute mark like I was instructed to by armchair philosopher. So let's see what he says here. Now, usually I share links, but I don't want to potentially put women in danger. But for the record, you do see Cross the Line Radio at the bottom. Okay, they have 13,000 subscribers. It was uploaded 1 day ago. Okay, and so this is the timestamp 30 minutes and 46 seconds. So let's see. Hold on.
47615. Cross the Line Radio. What's your name?
One West.
Peace, Black Power Captain.
Hey,
West.
Peace. What's up, Si? What's going
on?
Listen,
man. I was trying to relax.
Right.
I was trying to relax my voice. I ain't want to do nothing today. I was trying to relax, sit back, watch the game, and try to rest my voice so I can get a stronger voice.
Who you was watching, the Knicks?
I watched a few games.
Okay.
But I wake up to this foolishness that's going on. When I say wake up, I'm already up.
Right.
But when I say wake up, I tune in And I'm listening to this nonsense that you brothers are doing. When are y'all going to grow up and become real men and take care of the problems that really affect our community? I think this Bible is failing us. I believe that y'all don't really know the Bible like I do. If you was to humble yourself.
Wait, back me up. Wait, no. I just want to, when you said you woke up to, I didn't hear what you said. What, you woke up to what?
This nonsense. Because when I came on the channel, I see this nonsense going on.
On
again.
this channel?
On this channel with you and the brother engaging in the Passover and all this foolishness.
Okay, I
man.
got you. But you know, this is the evening.
And
so are you?
Now, notice this punk Sanetta, when I had the weigh in, and Tazaya talked about the Passover, explaining it as a justification for celebrating the death of African, that punk Sanetta didn't object then. You know what I'm saying? It shows how much of a hypocrite he is, you know, because for those who don't know, Tazariak said that he, and that's ISUPK also, his organization, celebrate the death of Africans. You understand what I'm saying? But that was just in passing. You know, I'm really interested in the polite discussion, how Tazariak is going to make Sanetta pee popping. He's going to have Sanetta pee popping doing the Macarena, you know. And greetings to you, I see Haiti Blues. Okay, let me play it.
And so I believe that y'all really, I don't think any of you Israelites know this.
I'm asking you a question.
Why you fighting me, man? You're trying to make me forget what I was
question. I'm just asking you a question. You saying you took a nap and woke up late? Because it's nighttime now.
No, I didn't take a nap, brother.
Okay.
I'm already up. When I say I woke up, meaning I tuned into YouTube and it woke me up. Like, I'm already up.
Oh,
but
okay. But you was kind of like a little groggy and shit. And you hear us battling over the Sabbath, and now you wake up. Okay, I got it. I'm just trying to get the visual.
So what I'm trying to say, man, because you still hear my voice.
Right.
Pause. And y'all trying to get my voice messed up again,
time so people can.
So I'm saying, when are we going to grow up, put away childish games, and deal with the real solutions and problems that we have in our community? This Bible has failed the Black community.
Right.
Everybody that deals with this Bible is out of, they just out of their mind right now.
And you know, it's good that you said
and right now, this is why I'm putting together a powerful team to take you down, Captain. I know you're strong, but you got to fall, man. I got Chris Harris first.
Let me get it out. Good.
And then,
okay, I'm going to fast forward to until they talk about polite, because Frankie is showing how much of a hypocrite he is, man. I mean, he has a Hebrew Israelite more than anybody else, and here he is, these Bible, and I'm trying to look for a team. Really, it's just about the cheddar, the money. If he has people going against each other, if he was 100, then he would not have those Hebrew Israelites, period. But anyway,
support me how? Link, make sure you pay the fee. It's what is it, $20? Right. I believe it's $20. Yeah. But the heck mean, I'm gonna have to talk about Gad. That's like and resurrected. Got killed by no scorpion. So you can hear me? Listen, if he think this is my strategy,
class one day, high and
no, listen, I know what it's like to battle with a Thursday on his God and the judge.
I told you I called into your show one night.
So
whenever he's ready. Oh, you gotta do is tell me when y'all ready.
I say fine. So they still do it.
You brought up Polite.
Right.
If Polite is found innocent on all charges, are you, General Yohana, and the rest of your crew willing to come forth and make a video apologizing? Because y'all did slander him. Y'all did accuse him. So if he is found innocent, are y'all willing to drop your ego and making a public apology to Brother Polite?
Here's ISUBK's official stance on that. Polite got arrested and charged with the crime that he's accused of. Right? And so when he got arrested for that crime, according to the evidence or whatever they said, that's why they arrested him. So everybody responded, not just ISUBK, everybody responded to it. So now Polite wants an apology if, well, I'm assuming you saying
no, Polite don't want an apology.
I strike that back. You saying will we apologize? I remember when Polite did that video with that woman 8 years ago and allowed that woman to say my daughter can't come to a Passover, that I'm dating underage girls in high school, that I'm abusive, I beat my women. I'm with the same women I was with 8 years ago.
Now, for the record, he's talking about the interview that Polite did with one of his wives. And she did not even come as one of his ex-wife. She came on as one of his wives. So now he's deflecting, acting like it was Polite to put that out. Polite interviewed a woman and the woman said what she had to say. You know what I'm saying? That's just for the record. And I've shared where you can find it. It's on Blog Talk Radio. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's continue.
I'm with those same exact women.
That's right.
Nothing has changed.
Right.
Headshot. There was never an apology for the fucked up shit he allowed to happen.
That's right.
So
okay, let me say this right quick.
Wait, let me finish. So if he can't apologize for what was clearly a lie,
right,
you can't expect me to apologize for a real charge.
You see that guy is always deflecting. It's not Polite who made any accusation. It's his own wife. He's not demanding an apology from his wife. All of this to not answer whether or not he would apologize to Polite if Polite is found not guilty. But really, my interest is I want to hear Tazariak changing Sanetta and getting Sanetta to say that he will not have Polite on his panel again. And I hope it will come soon.
Now, do I want him to be guilty? No, I don't want him to be guilty. But if he is guilty, then so be it. If he's not guilty, then so be it. Because that's a heinous crime that I wouldn't want anybody to be guilty of. But it is something that does go on in the Black community.
That's right.
So we'll wait to see when
Just for the record, such a hypocrite. Tazariak, that guy either is mentally disturbed or is just one of the greatest liars on the planet Earth. It's the same guy that we have on tape saying that he financially supported the ISUPK member who was found guilty. But here over a charge, here bringing up the community. Go ahead, V. Bennett.
Or he's both mentally disturbed and a liar. It can be both.
When the evidence comes out and if that brother is guilty, you won't hear me say, we still got to hold that over his head. If he's innocent of the charges, he's innocent of the charges. But as far as an apology,
check this out. Check this out. Don't you notice something funny? You say that you find semen stains on the shirt, which is actually a headscarf, the mother's headscarf. This is in the report. And you
now, for the record, this is Sanetta saying it. You know, I never heard that before. People have been saying that the semen stain was on the girl's clothes. And I hope I don't sound like I'm defending Polite. He's going to have his day in court. We will get to the bottom of it. I'm sure we will have so much information that nobody has disclosed to the public. But for the record,
but what difference does it make?
Well,
I mean,
if it's hold on. Well, I can answer you. If it's a scarf that belongs to the mother, then it's a lot different than semen stain on the woman on the girl's clothes. You know what I'm saying? Because if he's having a relationship with the mother, in assuming that the mother is mad at him for whatever reason and she wants to put something on him, but I'm not accusing the mother of doing that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, for the record, this is some information that I wasn't unaware of, and I don't recall anybody. Hey, I'm sorry, I don't recall anybody saying that the semen was on the mother's scarf. You know what I'm saying? People have been saying that the semen stain, the 6 semen stains, were found on the clothes of the girl. I'm just saying, but let's listen up.
Find the semen stains on clothing, but the forensics don't find nothing in her vagina, don't find nothing in her stool, don't find nothing in her mouth, her fingernails. No semen stains have been found on her body, on her person.
Here's what
you
we
don't
should
think
do.
that? Hold on, let me finish. You don't think that that's a little strange there? When they did the forensics, they didn't find nothing inside of that girl, nowhere on her body, on her skin. Notice that.
And
Well,
y'all not thinking with a third eye.
I'm not gonna play prosecutor. I'm not gonna play defense attorney. I'm just gonna watch the evidence play out.
Don't you know that they would have said that already, brother? I'm telling you something, bro.
What's up?
Don't you know they would have said that?
Was you clearly are taking a position. So you taking a position of innocence, and that's fine. I'm not taking that position.
I'm just hoping he's innocent. I don't know for sure, but I'm just going for him being innocent.
Well, here's what we
here's
what we do know.
Earlier, and that's why you're trying to get me on, because I be busting your head.
No.
I said to you, if your general was in that position,
I gave you our official.
You are not. Let me finish.
Right.
Let me finish. You are not going to cut your general off. You're going to say innocent until proven guilty. You are not going to do the same thing, brother. So let's keep it a buck.
What did I
if
say?
General Yohana was in that position,
right,
you are not going to say, "Nah, I don't want to hear him speak. Nah, I'm walking away from him." You're going to still let that brother be a general, and you're going to still treat him like your brother until he's found guilty through the court of law. So let's keep it a buck, man. Stop playing.
So you want me to respond? You want me to respond to that now?
Nah, you ain't got to respond. You ain't got to
let me respond. I ain't nobody
you don't have to.
To your damn question, man. This shit ain't that deep. Listen, first of all, Johnny Hanna would never do something so serious.
Right.
I just want that to go.
Right.
You don't do shit like that. So, secondly, if that were to happen, he also wouldn't speak. He would just go to court, get it over with, and then that'd be that. It'd be that simple. So he wouldn't be in that position. And that's the biggest problem. The only
Zaryak is a liar. He said we don't do that stuff. And we have and just for people who come in now, because people come and go. They're not there all the time. I'm gonna play Zaryak on tape saying that he financially supported the ISUPK member, who was found guilty in a court of law for child molestation. So I just want you to hear first when he said we don't do that type of stuff. All right.
Right. I just want that to go.
Right.
You don't do shit like that. So
we don't do shit like that. Now let's listen to this guy.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
So here it shows, when I say the dude is either mentally unstable or just one of the greatest liars ever, is that he said if he was guilty of the crime, I would have never supported the brother. But based on the evidence, blah, 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 he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty. I mean, you have to be mentally unstable or one of the greatest liar on the planet Earth. The guy was found guilty in a court of law, and who said it? To Zaryak himself. I mean, that's weird. But anyway, let me just get this over with. I hope we will hear him changing side, unless it was an inaccurate report that I received.
Secondly, if that were to happen, he also wouldn't speak. He would just go to court, get it over with, and then that'd be that. It'd be that simple. So he wouldn't be in that position. And that's the biggest problem. The only victim in this scenario is that girl. Well, let's say if Polite didn't do it, that girl is still a victim because then that means the mother had to put her up to it. If Polite did do it, then the girl is a victim. That's the only victim here.
But for the rapper King Ty, the girl is not a victim, apparently. You know, the girl's only victim when it's non-ISUPK members or non-Hebrews or like to do it. For Mighty Hebrew, the girl is not a victim either. But for Polite, the girl is a victim. But anyway, let's listen up.
The two parties involved, Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, you know, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation, for rape, or whatever it is, and y'all still support him.
You see how much of Sanetta is a punk hypocrite? When I brought up that during the weigh-in, Tazariak lied to everybody and said that the guy was innocent. And Sanetta had the nerve to add into it by saying, oh, telling me that I should stop gossiping. Back then he was protecting the child molesters. But now that Sanetta's catching the heat from all over, then now he's bringing that up. But why is he bringing that up? In defense of Polite. The same Polite that Sanetta said would not be back on the platform whether he's found innocent or guilty. And besides the child molestation accusation of Polite, Sanetta is on tape saying that Polite scammed Sanetta of more than $10,000 and that he scammed women and he robbed from women and children. So Sanetta is maybe not the greatest liar in the conscious community, but probably the most hypocrite person on the planet Earth. But let's continue.
Here it is. Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
you have
double
a member
standard?
in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books, but Polite have not been found guilty. And
What
you have
double
a member
standard?
in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on
He's
his
asking
books,
what double standard.
but Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all already
This
shitting
how
on
I
him.
know you
I
taking
think
a
that's
strong.
double standard.
This
there,
how I
brother.
know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lie detector.
Even if you
Why
explain it,
can't
it still remains the same.
I hope people catch that. He said, even though the brother took a lie detector. So now, in the 21st century, if somebody's accused of raping a child and he beats the lie detector, then he's innocent then, you know. And for the record, there were two charges. One of the charges was thrown out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but anyway, let's listen up.
No, Captain.
No,
You still support a brother
what
who
remains
was
the
found
same?
guilty.
But what remains the same though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty, but he also
Polite
took a,
was not found guilty.
I'm not saying don't support him though.
Right.
Brother, you said if the
Now, for the record, brothers and sisters, you have a second instance where Tazariak is live on air and he said the guy was found guilty. You know what I'm saying? And that's the double standard. When earlier he asked what's the double standard, here is the double standard.
And Shaka,
brother come on my channel, you done.
Yes, we've been
the thing, and also what is not a double standard from either one of them is that neither one of them is choosing either victim's side. So it's like, it also I find this very interesting in another way, because some of the things that Sonetta said he knows, right? The things he's claiming to know, the scarf. It's not a dress, it's a scarf. And so he's going on records claiming to know things, right? That's what, not in a report. How would you know these things? Who would you get the
He
Where
actually
would
said
you?
that's
Where,
he said the scarf that's in the police report. That's what he said.
right. He
Unless
said
I
that's in
misheard.
the police. Yeah.
Maybe I misheard. Maybe he said it's not, but I thought he said it is. Do you want
Okay.
us? You
Let's
want me
hear
to
that
scroll back
again.
to that part? Yeah. So right now the
Yeah,
timestamp is
possibly.
47:36. So
But
I'm gonna say
what I
this.
was going to say is, yeah. Go ahead. Play that part
Yeah,
first.
yeah. I'm gonna go back. So 47. No, not 37. 47. 47. 36. Let's go back.
Like that, not start putting that shit
Yeah,
online.
that's a nigga. That's to make a video apologizing
Hey,
because you know y'all did slander. Are y'all willing?
here's what I right. Okay, everybody you say apologize. That I mean, that's right.
Okay.
If he for real, it does go on in the black community. So now I'm debating bad, and you can say I'm debating not happening.
One question and Jim forth and make a video apologize.
So be it.
You say that you find semen stains on the shirt, which is actually a headscarf. The mother's headscarf. This is in the report.
So he did say this is in the report. You know.
Right. He said it. He said it's in the report. Right.
That's what he
But
said.
there's still, yeah. That's what he said. But the thing about it is this: we're to assume these people are not associated with each other, and in detail. We're to assume they come from different groups, different camps, and this is a debate. They're disagreeing. That's what we're supposed to assume, right? But the reality is that's not really the case here. I don't think anybody really would buy that because they have associated themselves together so much that it can also be seen as trying to cover up for each other in some really manipulative and make some sort of case, outside of the court. That's my take on it. Just,
I'm so glad. I'm
but
so
play
glad you
on
said
if you
that.
want.
I'm so glad you said that, brother V Bennett, because for those who don't know, many people have seen the cross the line exchange where Tazaria backed on Polite being half his size. And it says, if you want to do something, if you want to cross the line, cross the effing line, or you get the F out. That's what you do. After that incident, Saneda got them together, and it said the title was like, Tazaria and Polite crossing the line together. Then there's some other video which maybe was removed where Tazayak was with Polite and they were on the road. They stopped somewhere. Now, I cannot say for sure if they were going to Hollywood or Beverly Hills, but there was some sort of event, some sort of stuff that they were doing together. So Tazayak himself hung with Brother Polite. They hung out together. Now, I'm not making any accusations towards Tazayak, but I'm just saying for the record that goes in the direction of what V. Bennett said. Those guys, Saneda and Polite
They have a
were very
history.
close. And Polite did invite Saneda. And Saneda filmed the area, and I think maybe it was a Floyd Mayweather fight that was supposed to take place. But Saneda filmed the venue the day before, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember before Saneda went there, he asked Polite, okay, should I come with the wife? And Polite told him, well, that's not really the type of environment that you want your wife in. You know what I'm saying? So I just said that for the record. We lost the
But
sister.
also,
50.
but
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
yeah. But the thing is that these people have a pattern here, and the pattern is that they don't get along, then they get along later, then they don't get along again, then they're back friends again, then they don't get along again, then they're the best of buddies again. So actually, with that kind of history, one would have to assume they're going to be best of buddies after this too. One would have to assume they're more best of buddies than they are against each other or debating each other or anything like that. It won't, at some point you start to realize that no, whatever it is, it's a form of cooperation. That's how
Yeah,
I see this.
yeah, because they spend more time being cool than being not cool. They might be not cool for a while, but when if we calculate the amount of time where they were cool for much longer than when they were quote unquote beefing. Let me
It's
continue
more
with
like
this here.
survival.
And, and
Yeah,
that's
go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
I'm saying they extended it for a couple of months. They might be trying to, subpoena all these people out here talking. Who knew him.
Exactly.
They need to be quiet. People, you can get out here and talk all you want to, but I mean, you got all this stuff on YouTube. You got all this stuff out here, all, like each other and stuff that, that might be the reason why they extended it a couple months. People just, they think they're, making somebody else look bad or talking bad about somebody and stuff like that. And you got all this information out there that they're going to come back and, they're going to come back. All these guys are going to get, I'm pretty sure these people are going to get subpoenaed to show up in court because they know him, from 10, however many years ago, especially when, even when Senator says he was scamming and all that stuff, they're going to use that. They're going to call these people in to, what do you call the word, with his character to show what kind of character this guy has. And, they need to be quiet, I don't know, Polite needs to be quiet, be quiet, be
But
quiet.
but
Don't
but
get out.
sister, some people have said that maybe they're gonna call Sanetta to testify, and other people from the conscious community, they might ask Sanetta, "What did you mean when you said Baby York? When you said Dr.
Right.
York? What did you mean when you
Exactly.
said
Yes.
I even have video?" Because he said, "I even have video." They're gonna say, "What did you mean?"
Yeah.
And eventually they might, the defense attorneys, or any attorney for that matter, you have they will ask question. Okay, did you witness something? You sure you never witnessed something on that day? You never witnessed anything? Then they will bring out some audio or some video. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be
Yeah.
interesting if some of those people are being called to court, because gonna find that stuff. Because apparently, from what I understand, his trial will be broadcasted live. You know what I'm saying? When the
Wow.
judge,
Live on
yeah, online, because
live
that's what happened
on
the last
my
time.
eye forever.
Yeah. and so many
Yes.
other different channels. Smash Rockwell, Jonathan Owens, he had the case. He live streamed it, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe he uploaded it. Other channels also live streamed it. The judge even said, "Oh, there's many people who are waiting that Michael Noah case. Well, for the record, he is adjourned to May 1st. You know what I'm saying? And now we are what March 11th, so it's a month and a half or so, you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's going to be interesting, you know what I'm saying, because it's going to be broadcasted live, and then we will see what they have to say about one another, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because you see, someone like Polite, um whether he's scammed or not, many people say that he scammed, that it was not his houses, that he was rented houses. You will believe that he's rented houses because, oh, and greetings to Hotel to Good Fernandela, and also Texas Bama. Good morning. um I don't see anybody living in different houses every 6 months. You don't want to move out all of your life, you know what I'm saying. But anyway, he had a certain lifestyle. We've seen the cars, even though they were not his cars that belonged to him, it was rented. Someone that has that type of lifestyle, that gets those seats, even though Minister Enki said that those front seats of those games in LA, basketball games, that is, it's like, there's some rich people who will get the seats, and then because of their schedule and their business meetings, they might say, okay, I'm not available, I can't get there, so the seats are at a discount price. So Minister Enki said that this is the seats that Polite used to buy. But fine, Polite had a certain lifestyle, and I don't see a guy with such a lifestyle being in rented houses that look really nice, being in rental cars that look really nice, Rolls Royce. You know what I'm saying? He even had the BMW, the hybrid one, i8 or whatever it is called. I don't see that guy remaining solid and lay down for the ball. You know what I'm saying? I see that guy singing to get some time off, because we know that in America, if you snitch on people, if you tell on people, then you get some time off. Sammy the Bull, Sammy Gravano, Salvatore Gravano, he told on John Gotti and the Colombo, I think it's a Colombo family, but John Gotti's mafia family. Even though he killed several people, he murdered them. He confessed to that. He spent, a few years in jail, and then he's been free. He's on YouTube, broadcasting. He had many interviews on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So that's
Yeah,
just for
he's
the
getting
record. So
hits, man. He's getting
yeah, he's
hits
getting
on
hits.
YouTube.
Yeah, he's getting
You
hits.
know,
You know what I'm saying? You know, and and
the
and and
smartest thing, the
yeah. Go
smartest
ahead,
thing
brother.
Tazariak said in his explanation or in his dialogue with Sarnetta was, "Well, the one thing we do is if you charge, we stay silent, quiet." That was the smartest thing I heard. Everything else, I don't see how anybody can look at their history, which has been well documented by them. Obviously, they're really good at documenting their history. No one can assume that they are not one and the same. It's just that simple. They are more together than they are not, and that's all it is. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
So anybody who thinks that these are people that are opposing each other and having a dialogue, it is just irrational, because they've shown that that is not the case through their history. This is something they do to benefit each other. These dialogues, these entertainment disagreements, these things, and they seem to love each other. Actually, they seem to love each
The
other
only
like family.
the only
They seem to
disagreement is
really
a
be
religion.
tied together.
Yeah, the only
Yeah,
the only disagreement is a religion. Everything else, they all they all like I mean, they've been cool for years. It's not like a few months that those guys really know each other. You know what I'm saying? But let me just get back to this here.
Till the trial is over. I didn't say after the trial is over. If he's found innocent, don't deal with him. That's not what I said.
Right.
I didn't say after is that part. That part is talking about until the trial is over. I didn't say after the trial is over. If he's found innocent, don't deal with him. That's not what I said.
Right. Okay.
So again, the two don't match. What you're trying to match up just don't match.
Now we hear to Zayak on tape saying that the two examples don't match. On the one hand, you have the ISUPK member King Ty, the rapper, who was found guilty in a court of law for child molestation, compared to Polite, who was not found guilty but was charged. And Tazayek has the nerve to say that it doesn't match. Well, in a sense, it doesn't match. The case of the ISUPK member convicted is even worse. But those guys, you know what I'm saying? And Texas Bama is saying shameful. Now,
So I ran down that whole brother's trial already. His how he was found guilty. I ran all of that down already. So that scenario is not the same.
and for the third instance, why he was found guilty. We have to Zayak on 3 different occasions saying that the ISUPK member was found guilty. And for those who wonder, guilty of what? It's child molestation. So when it's an ISUPK guy who's found guilty, it's cool.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
Tazariak.
All right, brother. This is why. All right. Now,
Go ahead, brother.
Tazariak, he said, in just one of his statements, he said something to Sarnetta like if he was he was in he's in my camp, I would expect you to defend him, or he made some statement like that in my view, you could play it back, but in my view, that's an admission of that's a very interesting statement to make, because then it makes it sound like, okay, if Polite was in his camp, he would defend him, and he doesn't get why Sarnetta. He's understanding that Sarnetta would defend Polite for the similar reasons, like just defend him. It's some statement he made there. It's very interesting, actually, because it shows, again, it's not about the charge, and it's not about what the person has done, even if they're guilty. It's about defending each other.
Yes.
It's like projection, some sort of projection. These guys are not that smart. They might get away with it, but they're not that smart.
They're not that smart. Garfield complained to Sarnetta. He said, okay, I take note of this. Let that guy disrespect me. I mean, I'm speaking. If you have issue with that, you can holler at me. You know what I'm saying? And what happened, the funny thing is that what happened, Senator himself said that after my appearance as a guest on Side Chatter's platform for the first time, he said Trackfield is not answering the phone. And then with what happened with the debate, Saturday himself said, I know why Garfield didn't show up is because I had the brother Shaka on my panel. But obviously, if you seek revenge against somebody, you're not gonna say, "Oh, I seek revenge, and that's what I did because of that." No, he came up with that sting operation. The police needed him and all that stuff. But I think, I think he was scared. He knew he couldn't hang. The day before the debate, or a couple of days before, Jabari actually let him know that when he used the term plagiarize, um, um, it's the same as stolen. So he had 500 slides, didn't know where to go, was scared, and he was embarrassed about his fake bachelor's degree in history. So he came up with that sting operation stuff in order to not appear. But the fact that I was there also added more pressure. You know what I'm saying? And I was doing. But anyway, let's continue.
We'll see you on the battlefield Saturday.
I'm gonna whip his ass,
We'll see
Sonetta.
you.
Sonetta, I'm gonna whip his ass. I hope y'all
All right,
ready.
I'm gonna tell him call in the show right now.
Yeah, tell him to call in. It'd be good.
All right, gotcha.
All right, no sweat.
But see, that's
Okay,
what
so
this is about.
yeah, and
That
here,
see,
at one point, sorry if you've been it, I'm
I
gonna
got
let
it.
you speak, of course, but I thought it would be more specific. I'm not gonna play the rest, but what I heard at one point,
Which trial is over. What does wait?
It said if the brother come on my
that's the closest to you shouldn't have polite on the panel. But people have reported to me that he told Sanetta that that Tazariak is not gonna go on Sanetta's platform if he has polite on, and Sanetta said, "Okay, I'm not gonna have polite on." So maybe that's in another discussion. Maybe that's later on. But I don't want to play the full thing. But the closest to that is this.
Tanner, you done.
Wait, wait.
And you got me, man. You got me. I said, all right, brother.
That's
All
right. But
I
what is that part? That part is talking about until the trial is over.
So I didn't hear Sad Cheddar say, oh, "Okay, I'm not gonna have polite on." But I'm not denying. I'm not saying that discussion didn't take place. But I just didn't see it. I didn't hear it. But feel free to add on.
Andre,
And in the
you want to say
meantime,
something?
yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
In the meantime,
Okay.
Fernandela wrote, he liked his son Prince York a lot as well. Gave him a platform to defend his pedophile father. Saneda even arranged an interview with Prince York and Tariq Noel, screaming at each other. Well, I didn't see that one, but I did see Tariq Noel and Brother Polite, and that's when Polite said something that's gonna be very damaging in court. That even if Malachi York did those things that he was accused of, we have the evidence and all, he will still see him as his God and father or something like that. That's going to be very, very, very damaging in court. Texas Bama wrote, I think he's a Fed. And he added, and Goodfed Anella wrote, he must be a Fed. Look at 69 witness protection people can just go public. So, yeah, that's about it. So, hey, it's been 3 hours and 50 minutes. Me and baby girl, we're gonna eat. She's falling asleep now. But we had, for those who don't know, a sister who was a member of ISUPK, and you can go through the chat. She talked about how one ISUPK member tried to kill her, and she said she was a victim of Mighty Hebrew because Mighty Hebrew helped her to return to Canada. But once over there, he exposed his private parts to her. She refused his advances, and she was taken to this Hebrews were like court or trial, and they were trying to humiliate her. The lady talking about this is called Cherry Love. She has a channel on YouTube. She's not anonymous. She's not unidentified. And the sister said that she was talking about her. So the sister, he is a supporter, and she said she will ask her husband to see if that's okay. Oh, Uncle Shug, my brother. Welcome. Feel free to speak, brother. We don't hear you, brother, Uncle Shug. I don't know if you can hear me, but we don't hear you right now. You're on mute, brother. You're on mute, brother,
Okay, my
Uncle
bad.
Shug.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes.
Hey, peace, everybody. How y'all doing?
Oh, chilling. I still have
Good,
my foot
good.
on. Yeah, I still have my foot on Sinetta's neck, man.
Yeah, hey, keep it there, man. That's what I wanted to tell you, man. Big ups. I caught the end of the show. I just got up a little while ago, so I'm gonna catch the replay. But I saw you playing that ISUBK video. Where can I find that?
Do you mean the one I just played now, or the one where Tazariak said that he supported the convicted, the guy was convicted for child molestation?
Gotcha. Yeah, the one you just played now, where Sa Cheddar said,
Oh, that one is on Cross the Line Radio. I don't really like making advertisement for them, but I'm going to show you. It is Cross the Line Radio. That's their channel. That's the title here.
Okay.
You
Okay,
see?
a day ago.
So
Hey, Shug.
yeah, a day ago. Yeah.
Got you. I'm on
Hey,
that.
Shug.
I want to talk about that. Yeah, what's up, bro?
You know, I wanted to ask you a question because I guess I never we don't know each other, you know. But when you listen to this, you haven't heard this video yet, or did you just catch the end? You caught it, right?
I caught when
Now,
I came in when he played the part where he was saying that it was on a scarf or something, and it was in the report. That's a damn lie.
okay, so you caught right. So you caught from there everything after, right? Now this video right here too, that Shaka just played a couple times. I'm feeling it's prearranged. I'm feeling it's prearranged dialogue. I don't see
wouldn't
that
be
as
surprised.
just being some.
I
I mean,
wouldn't be
of course, I can't prove it, but it just seems orchestrated to me. You know. Anyway, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, but
Hey,
you
good to
gotta
meet you, man. I
think,
checked
though,
your videos out, man.
you got to think they talk a lot, so they could have had that conversation on the phone and then start having the same conversation live. That's probably why it sounds like that. Them guys talk all the time, man. Tazariak is hot.
Yeah, and you know, for brothers and
Mhm.
sisters, Uncle Shug, and feel free to share your YouTube account. I've seen you have 2 YouTube accounts. Feel free to share them in the chat, brother Shug. Now, you see, we have Sanetta. I've played Sanetta when he spoke with WAC 100, and he said we don't talk about people's children. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play. Just listen to Sanetta say we don't talk about people's children.
Now, as far as the Hebrew Israelites, they hard on that. That's their stance. That's what they believe. I told him though. How you hate white people and you white? I told him, bro. I said, listen, bro. All he did the research. Your mother is a white woman. You hate your mama? Who you talking about? Whose mother's white? The Captain Cockeyed nigga. I call it Captain Cock. I don't know what y'all. I don't know. You know, I don't know that about the mother, brother. Tell that nigga bring you his birth certificate. His mama is a white woman. His daddy's a Puerto Rican. When you go to Puerto Rico, you got Latin Puerto Ricans, black Puerto Ricans, and white Puerto Ricans, bro. That nigga mother. That's the difference with us. That's the difference with us. We don't play the dozens over there when we have discussions. We don't talk about people's children. Why do you think?
So you heard Tyler for the record when he was talking with WAC 100. He said we don't talk about people's children. Now listen to what he listen to what he told the brother Uncle Shug, who is with us on the panel.
And I told you I would never apologize to you. You see, I'm a man of my word, right? I'm a man of my word, right? No, but you thought because you're gonna make 100 fucking videos that you're gonna wear me out and I'm gonna come to you on my knees. Please, Shug, don't make a fucking video. Fuck you, nigga. Make 100 more, bitch. Make 100 more, nigga. That's showing you I don't give a fuck about you, your mother, anybody, or your daddy.
Hey,
Fuck
man, you breaking
fuck
down
you,
bad,
creep-ass
bro.
niggas. Fuck your whole family, nigga. Your daughter, your son, everybody. Yes.
You heard? He said, F your whole family, your daughter, your son. And listen to what he said about Uncle Shug's mother.
Hey, your mother's a bitch, nigga. Get off my chat, nigga. Get the fuck about it.
Just for the record, you know, but feel free, Uncle Shug.
Yeah, but look, that's what the catch in there that everybody misses is that he's refusing to apologize. Apologize for what? For accusing me of molesting my own kid. See,
Did
this
he
is
say
something
that?
a lot of people don't know. Yeah. You don't
I
hear me
didn't know
talking
that.
about the son that you molested, nigga. Yeah, you know what, bro? I'll give you a full interview, man. If you whenever you want it, we could set it up and I'll show you how it started with me and him and how we got to this point. When he said that to me, I called his cousin Rob Prophet, his nephew, Rob Prophet, because we all was cool. You know, hey man, your uncle said all these things, man. He tried to talk to Sai, trying to get him to apologize. He refused to. I gave him 48 hours, and then it was like, okay, foot on your neck now. That's why he's saying, I told you I would never apologize to you, nigga. He's saying that like that's something. You will never have nothing on me. No, I'll always have something on you because you won't apologize. And that's all a real man would do. You know, if you care about children being molested, you wouldn't falsely accuse somebody. You wouldn't do it.
No, I'm sorry.
Right.
Brother Uncle Suge, you know, I'm down for an interview now. Would you be available today?
I think I am, bro.
Like
I'll have to look on
maybe
this. Yeah, I'll have to
I
check
don't
some
know, like
emails and make sure. Yeah, I'll check.
if we say like maybe like 2 hours from now, would that be okay with you? Or it's too short?
Yeah, it's definitely too short.
So if we say okay, now here's 2 p.m. If we say
Yeah, it's
if we
8:20 in the
say
morning here. So you know what I'm
oh,
saying?
I
Yeah,
see, I see.
yeah, yeah.
So
I
so
gotta get
would 12 o'clock your time be okay? Basically 4 hours from now,
I probably
or
would
three
need
hours
about
40
6
minutes to
hours
be
from now.
exact.
I probably would need about 6 hours from now.
6 hours, that would be eight. Well, okay, 6 hours from now.
Or
So
we could do it tomorrow, another day. You know, I'm here, bro.
well, you know, I rather do it today because you know sometimes it's scheduled for another day and something comes
Yeah,
up.
trust
But
me, I know.
because I actually gonna have that would leave us 2 hours basically because at 10 p that would be 8 p.m. my time, and then 2 hours after I have Christopher Davis who's gonna do a presentation. So 6 hours. Well, when I say 6 hours, I mean basically that will be 5 hours 40 minutes. Let me make it clear. 8 p.m. my time is 2 p.m. EST New York time. You're not on New York time, are you?
Eastern, yeah, that's Eastern time. Yeah, it's the same time.
Oh, you have the same time. So 2 p.m. New York time is in East EST. Would that be okay with you? 2
Yeah,
p.m.
that
your
sounds
time?
good. Yep, that
Well,
sounds good.
that's lovely. So please, you know you have the private chat right now. Please give me your email address so I can send the StreamYard link to you.
Sure.
So, and that's good, man. We need to connect, man, because those guys, man.
Yeah, man.
Man, this guy accused you like that. So hold on. I'm gonna send an email to you right now, and I would just like you to confirm that you've received it. Actually, you will see my government first name. Now, I'm putting okay, greetings. You know what? I'm putting my art forever, and then put greetings. All right. So please let me know if you have received it. I just sent it. Yeah, just sent it
Yeah,
to
there it
you.
go. Yeah, there it
You
go.
got it? Oh,
Yep.
that's beautiful. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that. So you know, what I'm saying, make sure you know if you have time to prepare what you need to what you want to show. You can show anything. You know, what I'm saying, feel free, and that's lovely. Thank you for that. You know, what I'm saying. So
Yes, yeah. Because it
yeah,
needs to be
but you
put
know,
out there, like what these people do and like why I make the type of videos I do. You know what I'm saying? And it gets to
yeah.
the point where, you know, man, I gave the dude the opportunity to apologize for saying those things, man. And he said my sister was responsible for my death. I got all the audio. I'll show you later. This nigga crazy, man.
Yeah, feel free to share anything you like because Sanetta is doing a lot of things like Queen's Throne that you know. She said that she was death threats, but then Sanetta plays a victim. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep.
So that cannot continue to go on. You know what I'm saying? Some people won't back down. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I'm glad, brother. I'm glad. You know. So if he accused you, I mean, it's not going to kill him to say, okay, my bad. I apologize. I was wrong. And there it is. And in the
There it is.
meantime, brother Uncle Shug, have you seen this? Hold on. Have you seen this before? Hold on. I need to reduce that window.
Think about how bad it'll make me look if he
I,
apologized and I
I,
just kept making videos, you know.
yeah, but he refused. You gave him an option. You gave him a choice. Have you ever seen Mighty Hebrews quote
Yeah.
summary?
Yes.
So, all
Yep.
right. So, Mighty Hebrew has been convicted in the court of law, but he has he has him on his panel. And just see the title of this video. Just a few hours ago, he said, "Hey, Mighty Hebrew, come on in, come on the panel
Right.
and stuff like that." And he complained that he had only 80 people in attendance. But it's normal that people are, you know, not checking for his channel no more because they can see, man, not only you have Mighty Hebrew, who was convicted for child molestation or basic rape of a minor, because they love to talk about the age difference as if we are dumb. The age difference is one thing, you know, but the rape is another thing, and all the other charges among the 6 charges that he was found guilty of, because there were more charges. Some of them, he was not found guilty of. But there's an ISUPK member called King Tar, who is a rapper, and he was also found guilty in a court of law for molesting a child. But he has Zaryak, who is an ISUPK member, and a guy who financially supported the dude. So why would he accuse you and disrespect you when he respects those guys who were convicted and the organization of the guy who was convicted and still decided to support the guy? Not in my book, man. That's
Mm,
that's
mm,
that's
mm.
wrong. That's foul. You know.
Facts.
But you know
Hey,
what?
Suge,
Yeah. Go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
you live in New York?
No, I'm in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, okay, that's good. I was about to say, man, because all them videos they mail, that interaction, it almost sound like you said, those things are damaging to hear people say. So it would be difficult to live in the same community with this guy.
Hello? Tell me about it, brother. Man,
Yeah,
So,
but
that
I'm glad. I'm glad you've been speaking out, man. Appreciate it. I've been enjoying your videos, man.
thanks, man. I appreciate you guys too, man. So I'll be ready later, man. I'm gonna finish getting my day started, bro. And I'm looking forward to later's interview, and peace to the queen on the panel as well. And I'll talk to y'all later.
yeah, thank you, Uncle Shug. So, brothers and sisters, actually, I'm gonna end the live stream because it's been 4 hours. Uh, I started the live stream early in the morning because I saw that video of Sanetta. I actually saw it. I thought it was on Queen's Throne feed, but I double checked and I think he just came on my feed. But 2 p.m. Uh, EST. I'm gonna have Uncle Shug, and then we have the schedule presentation about medicine in ancient Egypt by our brother Christopher Davis. So spread the word, brothers and sisters, and remember, brothers and sisters, I've stopped saying that, but you can hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm. Also, if you leave comments on the videos, it helps with the algorithm. And spread the word. Uncle Shug will be a guest. He's gonna interview him. Uncle Shuk stated on the air that Sanetta accused him of basically molesting his own child. And Sanetta won't apologize, you know what I'm saying? And I've played Sanetta insulting Uncle Shug's whole family, his mother, his daughter, his son. So spread the word, Sanetta is not above us, is not superior to us. We're supposed to be equal as human beings. So he's gonna have a voice here. So Sister Andrea Brenner, thank you for being
You're
there and for
welcome.
supporting us. V Bennett, thank you for being there and supporting us as well. And all the
Yeah,
people in the
thank you,
chat,
Andrea. Also,
Thank you.
all the people in the chat, thank you, Sister um I want to get her name right. Wisdom 7. You see, for
yes,
testifying. Thank you so much. Thank you. You are courageous. You are a strong woman. May you be blessed, you and your family, your husband, and your children. Thank you
Yeah.
for speaking out on behalf of all those victims.
Yeah.
Bec- you know. So Brothers and sisters, stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I too, do a Necheru? Hotep.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.